Aptos. It was a horrible accident. Baby Scrumpet. Did Scrumpet grow up? Ah, there you are. She felt enjoyment when playing Make Believe. Felt love remembering talking with mother. Seems to be doing all right. Is frequently depressed, obsessed with order and structure in her own life, and needs everything kept in its proper place. She's in a constant state of internal rage, and she's confident under pressure. Seems to be a pretty good dwarf. Constantly depressed, mad, and confident under pressure. You're running on the other hand sucked? Oh, that sucks. That's something I love about camping is just like the brilliant night skies that you get up in the middle of goddamn nowhere, you know? I miss that so much. Kind of part of what I miss about the place that... Oh, that's the wrong thing. Kind of what I miss about one of the first places I lived is there was way less light pollution in the sky. Might end up in a lot of fights. Yeah, that might happen to a few of our dwarves, but kind of at the end of the day, like, it's just what we gotta live with, right? As long as they don't kill anybody, and if they kill people, they go to prison. Because I'm trying not to expel people. Trying. But generally, we're doing a pretty good job of keeping the dwarves not problematic like that. We're doing what we can. And I'm just trying to get rid of all this mudstone. So we're actually paving this area over here, which is going to be kind of a large prioritized crafting spot. Now you're looking at sea slugs. Sea slugs are neat. They're like floppy underwater butterflies. They don't look like real creatures. Speaking of children getting into a lot of fights, Morden is throwing a tantrum. Morden's kind of in a bad way. He's been haggard due to tremendous stresses placed on him. I had a couple children go and put on really, really, really cruddy clothing and then almost immediately begin tantruming. Just like Kvotch, the dwarven child, has slipped into depression. We're actually having a hard time keeping kids sane in this fort. It's proving to be one of the bigger challenges. Like, what are you wearing that's crappy? It's cloaks, glove, caps. Okay, so silk cap, 50. Silk glove, 30. Silk cloak, 30. Just make a bunch more clothing. I'm just trying to get everybody fully clothed. Trying. Can you be an insane child? Every name is taken, unfortunately. Because this is such a small population fort, people get named very quickly. Like, literally, the second they're born, they're named. We're currently on year 27 in this fort. Starting at year 27. Oh, hey, the elves actually brought some people this time. Interesting. DORF children, then, would be the command you're looking for, I think. We're going to try and trade with these elves. On the bright side, the children can't go to prison until they become adults. But we can accuse them of crimes that they commit. I don't really like people doing that, Stone. I let you make an exception, but I don't really let people do that. It's first come, first serve when the children are born. We're gonna keep it that way. Like you, I know that you stick around, but there's a lot of people that will like claim a thing, and this is why I don't use a queue. Like I know a lot of streamers will just have a join queue, or you just type an exclamation point join. But the problem with that is like, and I used to do that, but what I found out would happen really quick is a bunch of people would type an exclamation point join or like claim names, and then only tune in for like 5 minutes. I like the people who are around a lot, who are paying attention to get them. I kind of make exceptions for people on YouTube, but that's about it, really. Yeah, I know it's kind of crappy, but it's either I do it that way, or the people who watch the most don't ever get kids. I mean, I used to, Scrumpet, I used to make people pay tickets before channel points existed. Eons ago, back in the good old days, as they say. But it still kind of had the problem. But back then, like, you know, there was way fewer people watching the stream. Like, realistically, if I tried, I could probably name every single dwarf in a 200 dwarf fort in a stream if I really tried hard. So that's not what I'm trying to do, so. So the big goal for today is to get a hospital constructed down here. Get the rest of this area over here paved. And get the upper layer of this finished. Turn it into a library. And what's the last thing that we need to do today? I'd like to get the majority of my crafting moved into this area down here. Hospital? What? Thanks, Aqua, by the way. Alrighty, I need that broker. Did you literally just... Oh, wow, yeah, you literally just decided to go trade. Seeing your character die horribly? I mean, that's the exact reason why Clinodev stopped taking names. Is because he doesn't like tuning into a stream and then being immediately informed of his untimely demise. Well, maybe for some people it is, maybe, and for other people it kind of isn't. I know Ryan just likes his characters to write books, for example. I should just trade them these wooden bins. I don't think they'd mind, right? They'd be totally fine with that, most likely. Yeah, you do have a dwarf here. He's clinically nuts. Well, not good. We can check in if you like, after I'm done trading. At the very least, giving them a bunch of stuff. They have a worm. Soundtrack's way too quiet. You know, well, sure, we'll take some of these plums and apricots. I'll buy that pedestal off of you. They brought this pretty pedestal, as well as that translucent cloth. I'm gonna give them some more stuff for, but... It's Rallywoe strings. I don't even know if that's an instrument I can make, but we're gonna have to try our best. A full 170 years? I mean, potentially. Will he go nuts, tantrum, and punch a statue and punch a statue somewhere and get cursed? I mean, in another universe, Squug, you are a Gobbin's royalty. They seem ecstatic with the trading, and now we have an instrument body made of translucent cloth. Let's just find out real quick. What the heck is that thing? That thing. It's a medium-sized handheld ceramic musical instrument which uses a stone pump. Okay. Stone pump to send water into a chamber, ultimately supplying air to the blow through into any of the 72 ceramic pipes. Okay, so I need to use the kiln. Thanks, Jelly. The glass keyboard. So we have the strings. Chest and pipes. They should make that. And then a glass furnace. Let's say green glass. Make instrument piece. There you go. Ralla and keyboard. Let's see which ones get canceled immediately. I wonder how many humans see them. Are there even wasps in Dwarf Fortress? It's like I know that we have bees. And ants. And bumblebees. And various other creatures like that, but I'm not familiar with any wasps. Like, I don't believe I've ever seen a wasp hive. We finished 1,000 mudstone crowns. Mudstone, rock, fig, and make those out of. Mudstone. My god, we're down to 3,470 mudstone. Okay, forgotten beast wasps, sure. I'm assuming they would all think of them as horrific things then. Man, trying to save these children is tough. All right. Make silk item, construct leather mitten. Should have dwarves able to do that. But yeah, I would assume that any creature that can only appear in the form of a beast from before time probably would be looked on with fear. At least that's my assumption. Oh shit. The elves actually gave us some news. In the late spring of the year 25, a group calling itself the Cremated Bean. Chat room, I would like to announce that my new coffee shop is called the Cremated Bean. Has founded Channel Boar after a long journey from the lands of the Fragrant Bear. Long journey, eh? It looks like they've traveled for about a day. Humans haven't spread. Goblins haven't spread, but the fragrant bear are spreading. Also, what year do you guys think it will be when the first Necromancer Tower appears? What's going on here? You're racist against elves is what's going on here. Elves are fine. They just don't want you to cut down their trees. Because I probably danced all the way. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're 69. Nice. Elves are pretty chill. Yeah, just, you know, elves are like vegans, right? If you smile and nod whenever they talk to you about anything, they're fine. If you challenge them on their beliefs, they will remove your testicles. Or face. Depending. And I've got a child attacking my expedition leader. Jesus, Morden. How old are you? 12 years old. My God, I can't wait to throw you in prison. Is Vin okay? He's just like beating the shit out of our expedition leader. Yeah, right? Respect nature or die. You okay there, Vin? His left ankle is mangled beyond recognition, and her left foot is broken. I like that the child couldn't, like, reach anything but the foot. It's like, give me that foot! I'm gonna beat the shit out! Probably just walked up to him and stomped on it, actually. But fortunately, unlike vegans, they don't have elves don't have superpowers. They can't fly, and they can't shoot lasers out of their eyes. So we're safe. Swift kick into something, yeah. All right, let's see. How's that instrument coming along? There we go. Euthris, our ceramics expert, is making a Rallith chest. Now you're making Rallith pipes. Yeah, you're in charge again. Because our Baron got murdered by a child. Yeah, beaten to death. What's ironic is you were just getting beaten by the same child. Luckily, that child is about to turn adult. And when that happens, probably going to be a full-time prisoner for a while. It's okay. Someone's got to keep the prison system functioning. How goes the fort? Well, we only just kind of started up again, Sycon. But so far, so good. Trying to make bits and pieces of an instrument. Did anybody make the glass bits? Okay, what? Oh, I'm missing the stone bit, I think. Yeah. Rallith pump. Die early and often when you pick a dwarf. Comes with the territory. Although you've done better than some dwarves. Like, you know, your dwarf lasted a little bit. Jake 3D, thanks for the raid. Cheers, man. Hope your stream was good. What were you playing today, if I can ask? Is this Skyrim Ambience? No, this is Pillars of Eternity. I would rather not listen to Skyrim music ever if I can avoid. What's up, Jake? What were you playing today? Alright, so someone's got to be making that pump. Yeah, you. Board guy. Making it out of nice. Good. I think it's already done, too. Alright, let's see if we can assemble that instrument now. There we go. Assemble the ralla. And hopefully they'll use the godly materials. Otherwise, I'll have to make another one. Just make him do it now. Also, this is, believe it or not, the first time I've ever made instruments. This isn't the first instrument I've made in this fort either. I've made a couple. But this is the first fort where I've actually made instruments. Which is kind of fun. Hops the militia commander's assembling it. Seems like it's done. Earthenware ralla. Keyboard is made from glass, the chest is made from earthenware, the pipes are made from well-crafted earthenware, and the pump is made from exceptionally worked nice. Oh, does it not say what the strings are made out of? Maybe it doesn't. Or to my incredible laziness. Honestly, it's up in the air as to which one. Oh well. Mudstone figurine of a fox. Mudstone figurine of dwarves. I mean, it's really cool watching some stuff on the overworld I've never seen happen before. But like part of the reason why I'm trying a lot of the mechanics that I've never tried before is because you kind of have to look for mechanics that you haven't played with when you know that you're going to be in a fort for this long, right? When you know that you're going to be in a single fortress for 1,000 years, you know you got to put your work in. But anyway, Jake, once again, thank you very much for the raid. And what were you playing today? I'll give you a shout out here. For anybody who might be interested. But what were you streaming? And how was your stream? Now that I know that you're here. Darn cabbage butterflies are outside of my apartment again. I'm gonna eat all of my kale forever and ever and ever. This is a fortress filled with very, very, very buff dwarves. Because they're all hauling boulders, just non-stop. So they're all very strong. Even if they're weak, they're very strong. Thousand-year reign of mudstone. I don't know if the mudstone's in charge, but... What about all of the nice? There's actually more nice in the fortress now than mudstone, believe it or not. There is more nice in the fortress than mudstone. Not a sentence I ever thought I would say, I'll be honest. Like, we only have about 3,000 mudstone, give or take 150 left. We had almost 10,000 at one. One could say we had over 9,000 at one. I mean, we've turned it into an artificial aqueduct. It's our main source of water. We made a well out of it. I'm not going to activate any water physics, though. I don't really want anybody drowning in it in particular. Although, if we did drown somebody in it, it would be rather easy to get them out. We just need to wait for it to freeze and we dig the corpse out, but... We're spoiled by fancy GUIs. It's just a list of hotkeys. You can play games with hotkeys. You can play DF. Here's the thing. I have a hard time with a lot of modern UI. The simplistic nature of the old school UI is much easier for me to quickly read and figure out. A lot of modern games overcomplicate things unnecessarily to a point where I have a much harder time picking up on what I'm supposed to be doing. So for me personally, I find this style of UX much easier to pick up quickly. Especially like kind of your big fancy like consoleized UI with all the really big pictures. Can't stand those. Yeah, we do have an emergency well now. Yeah. It's in the Farmers Guild. We used buckets to fill it, so it's nothing fancy, but we would like to do something a little nicer at some point. It's right here. This little thing. In fact, it's almost empty already, but yeah. It's just this little guy. We've had it now for like a year. Might need to refill it at some point, but I'm going to make another one down underground. The thing is I'd like to actually clean the water somehow. Not entirely sure how I'm going to do that. Morden is throwing another tantrum. Luckily, Morden may be throwing tantrums, but aside from punching a few dwarves, he's not actually like causing any major problems. And there's goats about to die of stress and anxiety. At least I do have Sui, who's kind of okay. And Cooler, who's kind of okay. A little humiliated, but kind of okay. Builds character. Better than nothing? Yeah, no, you're right. You are right. Yeah, I think we'll be able to get through the last of the mudstone today. I think today we'll be able to get through the last of the mudstone. Yeah, the creek freezes for most of the winter, yeah. It usually starts to unfreeze around the end of the winter. This is going to be our hospital. It's just going to be a one-floor building with a little pointy roof with 2 doors, one on either side. The end of the mudstone era of Longdeath. Oh, trust me, the histories will live on. These crafts the legendary crafts that we have created here will live on in everybody's memories of the greatness of all of the fucking mudstone. Whether we like it or not. Put some windows in. And it will become much easier on the eyes, the fortress. God. How are we doing on alcohols? Good. Back up to 248 alcohol. Also, this little pink patch right here, if you're wondering where it is, it's plums. There's a plum tree that has grown somehow on the side of this cliff all the way the hell up here. Right there. Little plum tree trunk. It's kind of hanging over the edge. Rains plums down once a year. It's kind of lovely. I'm sure the dwarves will gladly go and pick up those plums off the ground as they fall. It's absolutely lovely. The dwarves are suspending all of the construction of walls because there's boulders in the way. It's fine. They will eventually get to it. We should make statues of that plum tree. Like, make that plum tree kind of a symbol of the fort in a way, you know? Seems kind of fitting. One nice thing is we do have this full setup for a noble for whenever we do get another noble. Okay, so we're going to make 30 nice tables. And we're going to make 30 nice rock thrones. We'll be back in about half an hour. I will be on in about half an hour. I am stupid. We will be on... Been on for about 2.5 hours. Easily another 6. Symbol of a plum tree? I think it's something that we should think about for sure. I don't know if it's quite time to commission it just yet, but... Stop the Eternal Guard from training. Morden, I really hope that you can come back. Like, literally only happy moods recently. Good question. Here's the group's logo. I want to say it's like a dwarf looking at a sun withering away. For your Electro Dad. Yeah, no, a bolt is our Civ symbol. I knew that. The foundation of Longdeath. I actually can't remember. Could go back in the VOD and look. It's up on YouTube, part 1. Could also commission an image of it, I guess. You know, every now and again, as a streamer, I have this memory of somebody who I haven't seen around in a long time. I haven't seen Flabort in ages. Last time I saw Flabort, he popped into the channel and said that he couldn't watch as much because his family was all over the internet. And because of this, he wasn't able to watch as much because he was stuck in this precarious situation of not being able to be on the internet because family was not letting him, which kind of sucks. That's that guy. But yeah, no, Zapdos' unfortunate demise. I wouldn't blame you, Morden. It was a sudden death. We were all shocked by it. Zapdos and Psychon both dying of thirst. It's a pity. But inevitable. I imagine them to be interlocking stairs, like in a stairwell, kind of like this. Like up, 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 like kind of switchbacky, interlocking stairs. That's what I imagine. Morden's throwing another tantrum. How's things, Sloth? How do you imagine stairs, Cassie? Yeah, quite literally, Morden. Just all the baby rage all the goddamn time. Jack Norek's a little stressed. Seems to be mostly after being caught in the rain. You're 12, Morden. We need you to turn 13 so I can put you in prison. Forever. Maybe not forever, but for a good while at least. I might just stop accusing you of crimes and just let you build up a whole bunch of crimes. That we can just put you in prison. Well, I mean, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have traditional animations. They might be entering them from this side. Right? I thinking of them as abstracts turns the game into this weird non-Euclidean nightmare. Goats the child was found dead. One of the first casualties of the ultra depression of the fortress. It's horrible. Terrible. Longdeath eats another. Yeah, and I don't like that. Not a fan. I'll be honest. Not a fan of that. Someone must hate bark scorpions because he's making figurines of bark scorpions. Yeah, Ripterus, it's a sad day. Sorry, goats. Hopefully we can have more baby dwarfs soon. I have no idea. But I just imagine them as interlocking stairs. And hold on. I need a picture of stairs to describe them. Like this kind of stair design, right? You don't walk into the middle of them and then go straight up. But you can walk underneath them and then walk to one side or the other. And that's kind of how I imagine them. You know, you walk into the room, you walk to one side, and then you go up. This is how I imagine them. Almost identical. So you can walk into the area where the stairs are, you pick a side, and then you go up. That's how I imagine them. Or down. And I certainly don't imagine them like elevators, which some people do. Kind of bothers me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Did you ever listen to the most recent DF talk, Safe Sloth? It's featuring Caves of Cud programmer. One of the last questions in the whole thing is, do you have tac nukes? He's like, we do actually. Well, we don't have tactical nukes, but we do have nuclear weapons. You can throw them, you can place them and detonate them. You could load them into a rocket launcher and hope you don't miss. So, today I learned Caves of Cud has nuclear weapons. I wasn't aware. But then again, I think most people haven't seen the majority of the stuff that Caves of Cud has in it. The majority of people that have played Caves of Cud have not seen the vast majority of the stuff you can do in Caves of Cud, and probably never will. Kind of makes me a little sad. And you're dead. That's an important detail that we should mention. Goats. Oh, I'm sorry. You only have 10 hours? Oh, God. Oh, 100 hours. Okay. I was going to say, like, you barely even played the tutorial then, I guess. I think, like, everything in Caves of Cud is kind of stupid OP if you don't know exactly what you're doing. But they're rebalancing the whole game, so... Well, at least the character creation side of it. A masterwork has been lost? Oh, fucking Kia stole it. What can you do? Yes, that's what I said. Kia. I was very glad to learn that people who live around Kias in real life fucking hate them. That they like to just steal your shit. I'm just reading a DM right quick. The arsehole parrots of New Zealand. I've actually just heard that parrots, living with wild parrots in general, doesn't really matter what kind of parrot, is tough. One of my teammates got raided by Ital and Burke Black this morning. So she, when I woke up, had like fucking 1,800 viewers. It's like, my God, Got raided by massive YouTuber. Morden went berserk. Sorry, Morden. My bot does not comprehend negatives, so you can literally not do that. I'm sorry. Ooh. Oh, god damn. Hops just fucking ended him. He's annoyed when going in the rain. Execution. I don't even want to read this. Militia commander strikes the child in the head with her copper pick. And it's cloven asunder. Literally beheaded him with a pick. No, beheaded him. Didn't pick him in the brains. Or maybe picked him in the brains, but killed him by beheading him with a pick. I mean, I'm very sorry. I don't want children to die in this fort. Really is, Barons. Pick your battles better, Psycho? I mean, yeah, he did kill the Baroness. And original expedition leader. Eat the rich. I don't know if the dwarves actually really have a concept of wealth. They certainly have they certainly understand the concept of greed. But because they don't have a functioning currency system, I wonder actually how they... Also, Tuca Nuva, thanks for the follow 5 minutes ago. Cheers. I do actually wonder how they would quantify wealth. Yeah, they have value, but value doesn't necessarily equal wealth, you know? They're kind of different things. I don't know. It's a bartering system, right? Which is a very functional economy system. Getting picked on in the fort. Ah! It's not my fault they put on, like, the worst clothing they could find and then complained when it fell off their body. But beer is free. It's a necessity for life. Like, in order to... That's like saying the more oxygen you can afford. It just works. I don't know about that. I don't think anything Todd Howard makes works these days. I read the origins of money the other day. The reason it doesn't make sense in DF, forts is being easily self-sufficient with food production. You need supply and demand and competition for resources in order for money to work, as far as I understand it. And the problem with Dwarf Fortress is because the supply is generally so plentiful, the demand is minimal. So they then replace that with, instead of, you know, trying to supply each other with necessary resources to live, they're actually just trying to oversupply, if that makes sense. It's a weird thing. I know, the Dwarven economy thing kind of requires a rebalance of the whole game. I really wish that there was a Dwarven economy, because I think economy simulation is fun. But it's hilarious that Dwarf Fortress is an allegory for real life in so many ways. It's hilarious when it perfectly accidentally simulates the problems with modern society. And it's happened enough times now that I kind of look at it and go, ha! I just kind of move on with my day. I'm going to put gem windows into the hospital. I think blue jades kind of fit for a hospital. Yeah, no, totally. Taco Nuva. I actually try really hard to not do that. I love that there's just a dead child in the middle of the fucking floor. Ah, God. Okay, well, one of those is down there. Just, okay. The corpse of our poor Morden is in the middle of the floor. Yo, Astra, you wanna... Okay, hold on. I need to... Okay, that can continue. I need to put all of these figurines on pause for a minute. Just so that we can get this construction down here and those coffins built quicker. And get those bodies put away before, you know, they start to rot and upset people. Oh. Well, at least his head is being, or his left hand, which was removed, is being moved. Apparently they've already moved his torso. We're just trying to get rid of the head and the hand now. I mean, okay. Taco, I'm gonna, or Tacon, not Taco. Tacon Nuva. I'm gonna give you two options here. Pint of beer, hauling a mutilated child. What do you do first? I mean, there's nobody directly telling you that you need to remove it. It's kind of a shared job. I would just go drink the alcohol and hope someone else gets rid of it. Depends on your character's D&D alignment. I'm not talking about D&D. I'm talking real fucking life here. You have the option of going to the pub or going out into the middle of the street to scrape a corpse off of the road. Which one you do first? I'm definitely going to the pub. But maybe I'm just like a pansy. I don't know. I don't think I would last very long in Dwarven society. But that's okay. I'm a dumb human. Not a stout dwarf fond of drink industry. I'm just a human fond of drink and socialism. So I do consider craft dwarfship to be relatively worthless. It's fun talking about yourself in Dwarf Fortress contexts. Accurate for you too. Also heavy metal. I do like me some heavy metal. So to anybody who is newish today, this fortress is a giant pit. And we're working on finishing digging the giant pit. That's why there is so much rock at the bottom of the giant pit. And why we are making 10 bajillion figurines a minute. Is because we are literally giving them away for free to get rid of these rocks. At least for the ones that we're not making into boxes. Or not boxes, blocks. That's the B word I was looking for. The goal of this fort is to keep it alive for literally 1,000 years in game time. Which means it needs to be big, fun, and have lots of big projects. Yeah. Legend says that it is the face of an ancient titan. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, isn't that what every smart area does? You know, you take your garbage, you make souvenirs, and you sell them to people for inflated prices. Here is 1,000 figurines of our glorious dead noble. Because they wouldn't let us sell scepters. Yeah. Was it scepters or amulets? I think it was scepters. And put like the entire... Here's 4,000 chalk rings. Yeah, no, we don't have any chalk in this fortress, thankfully. Currently, it's just nice, little bit of diorite, little bit of granite, and a fuck ton of mudstone. Fuck ton of mudstone. Also, all of the yellow that you see is lemonite. So, fortunately for us, we do have, more iron ore than we can reasonably use up in a short period of time. So we are going to have, hopefully, a tower made of solid iron. Hopefully. And hopefully we don't get hit by any flying beasts, because then we're fucked. It was in the game at one point. But it's been out for a very, 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 very long time. Barons. So if you go back far enough, you can actually play the game with economy. I guess we're super lucky. I don't know, because it's just normal amounts of ore in this map, but we just found tons of lemonite. We have like 2,000 something lemonite. And I want to say you get more than 1 bar per ore, so... This looks like a dangerous Wikipedia rabbit hole. Well, dangerous blog rabbit hole. Same thing. I will minimize that tab and save it for later. I'm actually shocked by how many people are watching the first VOD for Stalker Call of Pripyat up on the YouTube channel. It's like almost at 100 views already. Got almost 10 likes, too. People are watching it. It's nice. Because the YouTube channel is primarily Dwarf Fortress VODs, right? So when I put up something different, I'm always a little bit nervous about whether or not people will watch it. But they seem to be. Nice. Instead of making them? See, I try and RP around that. Like, yeah, you can do that. But I think that role-playing in Dwarf Fortress is more fun. So, like, I'd rather, like, cut rocks into gems and make jewelry and then sell that. Or, like, yeah, you can do... Like, Unless I'm desperate or in a mood where I really just don't give a shit, I will try my best to not sell meals. Or like I'll sell a lavish meal and then just a bunch of what's the word? A bunch of garbage alongside of it and pretend that it's the garbage that's worth a lot and not the meal. Totally. CCX, do you watch the YouTuber Super Bunny Hop? Has his video on Total War Troy that he put up, first off, it's just a review of Total War Troy, but it's a fascinating deconstruction of the mythology of Troy based on the human psyche, which is frickin' fascinating. Cool, there's no more baby corpse there. Child corpse. It's just hard not to sell them when you look at your trading options and meals. 100,000 value. Yeah. Here, let me link a video for you for viewing later.
Wouldn't it be great?
That's... Since we're talking about history. He's a weird YouTuber. He's like a video game reviewer, but like obviously in another life was a fucking like ancient history professor. I love George. He's great. One of my favorite YouTubers. And to this day is my highest patronage on Patreon. The Staney Guild. That is a terrible. Staney Hall, a craftsdwarf guild has been formed. I'm shocked it took me this long to get 10 craftsdwarves, to be honest with you. Did somebody just age up? No. All right, well, we finally made it to the point where all this flooring is done. Which means they are going to demand I build them a guild hall sooner rather than later. You know what I might make? I might make the... I was going to make this into a library, but maybe this should just be a craftsdwarf hall. What do you guys think? I was just going to make this into a library, but... Guild hall and library on the bottom? What do we think? Because I think they'll appreciate that. Oh, crap. I put the wrong gems in that one. I like those purple gems, but they kind of look like miasma because it's kind of the same sprite. So on one hand, it's like, man, those are really pretty gems. On the other hand, they look like the stench of rotten flesh. Kind of a knock against them, to be honest. All right, well.
Crip Sip.
Vesinus, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Good to have you, friend. Glad that you enjoy the dwarfs, the beer, the stupid skulls, the lasers, the things, this. I don't know what this is. Thank you very much for watching the stream, and thanks for sticking around for a 4th month. I need to pour me more coffee. A caravan has arrived. The cremated beans, yes. I don't know. Word salad, maybe? Got lots of figurines that we need to haul. Man, they brought a lot of wagons. Well, it's just like a lot of dwarves behind them. I wonder if and when they're going to offer us more royalty. I would love to appoint more royalty, but... because I know exactly who I'd appoint. But, it's gonna take us a little bit before we get to that point, I think. I mean, who doesn't like a bear with a little bit of fragrance on it, right? The Cremated Beans is a great name, though, for a group of elves. Coffee time? Yeah, I need to. I need more cremated bean juice in my system. It actually kind of hurts me that you can't brew coffee and make coffee alcohol. There they go. The Staney Hall has many members in Longdeath and now requires a guild hall. Must be built and furnished with the hall designated for a craft store guild. Approve. Well, we has that now. Go down to here. I'm just gonna make it into this area. It was kind of expected that we were gonna get a craft dwarf guild request sooner rather than later. Assign location, A, G. Now we need to find craft. Assign both halves. Walled syrup. Well, I think we can rename the walled syrup. You know? I think we can certainly rename the walled syrup. Let's call it the first adjective, grand? Fragrant? No. Grand, that's the word I was looking for. The grand craft? Grand crafts. The grand crafts, because that's pretty grand. And citizens and long-term residents can visit. Soap of Death? That doesn't sound crafts dwarfy at all. So I will respectfully decline your request to name it the Soap of Death. In fact, that is an oxymoron because soap prevents death. Dwarf Fortress is just kind of like a giant contradiction. Not if you eat it. Depends on the soap. If it's soap made from fat, which is what our soap is made from, that won't kill you. It's edible. Tastes fucking terrible, but you can eat it. Tide Pods, on the other hand, yeah, you might die. Animal fat soap, like traditional soap, like very, very old soap, is edible. Like, it'll give you an upset as hell tummy, but you can eat it. It won't kill you. Modern day soap? Yes. Will shred your innards. But old school soap was basically just a little bit of lye and animal fat. And that stuff was mostly edible. Especially if you boiled it. Trying to decide what crafting I should move down here, because I kind of want to leave the craft dwarf shops up there, but guess I could move the metal industry down there. Let's go smelter, 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 kiln. Yay, they fit. Glass furnace. And then forge. Forge. And forge. And I can get rid of all of that stuff on the upper level. I'm going to make a bar block stockpile. Is going to fill up that area down here. Not going to put stone and clay blocks on there. And an ore stockpile, which is going to go kind of right here. Although this stockpile right here, this bar and block one, not going to have other materials. That's going to go kind of in the middle there, and that's going to be coal. And that's it. There we go. I'm going to need more wheelbarrows, I think. Figurine, of jumping spiders. I was like, jumping what? A figurine of jumping. Bored guy is throwing a tantrum. I'm sorry, what? Since when are you even depressed? Same with the old clothing problem. We do have plenty of clothing. Gotta say, someone's probably hoarding all of the socks or something, because I do have full sets of clothes for everybody. They're just not putting them on. Classic dwarf problems, I guess. I do need a wood furnace down on the bottom, though. They exist. It's a problem. Sock hoarding ends lives. I'm telling you, it's a dangerous occurrence. Fortunately, though, board guy is an adult. So board guy can be convicted to a little bit of time in prison, which will probably fix him. Our prison cells are quite nice. Out of the washing machine. Yeah, and then obviously the dwarves can't wear only one sock. They must have both of them. Just waiting for our trader. Here they come. We'll check in on board guy after he... Oh, come on. I hit R instead of T. Canceled the job. There we go. All right. Well, you got black bronze, which I'll take. Copper, which I'll take. I don't need the pig iron. Rose gold we'll take. Don't need the lead. I'll take bismuth. I'll take all of those. Cheats. Gladly take the cheese. You know, part of the reason why I'm hoping the Steam version comes out sooner rather than later for DF is because I desperately want Tarn to be able to go work on other things. And also just like listening to him talk about the Steam version, he sounds kind of bored. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have picked up on that, but like, it's like, oh yeah, just the mundane day-to-day of working on more UI. Yep, just, working on UI. Boring, old-fashioned UI. Nothing exciting here, just making buttons work. Thinking about what the player is thinking. Like, does anybody else get the impression that he just sounds really bored? Prepared slug eye. Yep. COVID-19 isolation too. Yeah. I mean, the roguelike celebration is happening right now, and it's all digital. Happening as a series of live streams. I know is an event that he likes to go to, even if he's not a speaker at it. Glad that our efforts are already legend. To be fair, it's pretty short legends. Yeah, it's a local delicacy, in fact, Stone. Bottom. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum. It's never really exciting. Yeah, it's boring. Anecdote, cavy boar, ram, donkey, peacock. All right, that'll do. Great. They seem ecstatic with the trading. Glad that they're happy. Do they eat the entire eye stalk? I think that's more details than I need, to be completely honest with you. Right, board guy, how we doing in prison? Embarrassed after sleeping without a proper room. All right, but pleasure near a fine door, pleasure near a fine statue, pleasure near a wonderful restraint, and repentant after being confined. This means that your psyche will improve a little bit. Hopefully the prison time helps. Might make their prison cells bigger, actually. I mean, they're the most complicated part. That's why doctors can't fix mine. As someone with fucked up eyes can confirm, they complex. It was great, yeah, until they got released from prison and immediately, like, water jet blasted off the edge and into the water, which happened a couple times, which was always very exciting. And Cassie is building our iron industry up. It's going to be glorious. Although we need to deal with all of these blocks first. That is one hell of a guild hall. Like, look at this thing. One hell of a guild hall. I'm gonna place a couple musical instruments in here. Pizza and chips. I'm jealous, man. I'm hungry, and I'm not gonna lie, my meals have been kind of super boring recently. Because I've been kind of doing the bi-weekly grocery shopping session. So it's like, okay, what's one thing that I can buy and then eat just that thing for the next X number of days? I've just been doing a lot of that. I'll be eating chicken noodle soup tonight. Potato? Dude, I've had potatoes every day since the 2nd. So since Wednesday. And I will be eating potatoes again today. And tomorrow, probably. There was a really, really, really good deal on potatoes. And I love potatoes, but I've eaten a lot of potatoes. I miss the pre-pandemic days where my meal regiment was go into grocery store at 6 o'clock in the morning, walk in there at 6:15 when they used to open. Now they open at 8:30 since COVID started. Walk inside, sit down in the coffee shop that was inside of my market, get myself either like an espresso or an Americano, depending on how I'm feeling, and drink that. Then go pick out 2 things for dinner, usually like some form of vegetable, which I would eat for the next 2 days, and then a small piece of meat, and some starch or carbs, and buy that and take that home and do that every other day. I miss that routine. Baby potatoes are the best potatoes, and those are the potatoes I have right now. Love baby potatoes so much. Odd place to go eat. All right, so a few people have told me to make this into a tavern. I think I'm going to make this into a tavern. I'm going to listen to you guys. We're gonna make the base of this into a tavern. I'm going to make a big old tavern. We pretended we had them in the Middle Ages. I feel like you're making a joke based on something that I don't understand the reference to. Then again, there's lots of things that people fantasize about in the Middle Ages that we didn't actually have. As the truth gets twisted over the years. Like, pleasant lives, for one thing. They're in South America? I feel like I knew that. But just saying that we pretended that we had them in the Middle Ages is a weird sentence. Dude, bread is wonderful. Oats. Do 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 do. Has too starchy? That sucks. My doctors have told me to eat more. Because I have a fucking hard time staying a decent body weight. Because, like, I haven't seen my doctor in person since 2017. I was talking to her over the phone relatively recently for an appointment, and she was just like, how tall are you again? I'm like, 6'1". Like, and how much do you weigh? 129 pounds. Oh, God, you need to eat more. Do you really weigh 100? Go weigh yourself. Weigh myself? Yeah, you need to eat more. Well, sorry. Trying. It's funny because my doctor is this kind of short, stocky African American lady. He's very demanding in person, but over the phone, it's just kind of funny. You're like twice my weight. Yeah, I get that a lot. I have a solution on how to be skinny. Don't eat much and don't own a car and walk everywhere. What are you talking about, activity? I did a 14-kilometer hike the other week with my dad. Walking is good. I walk. I have weights in my apartment. Well, not weights, but I have resistance bands. I have a Pilates ring. I have pretty regimented 4-day-a-week workouts, sometimes 5, depending on how I'm feeling. I have a knee injury, so I can't walk as far as I used to, but I can still walk. And I sit 11 hours a day. So I kind of have to have the exercises, or my body will literally just fall to pieces. You see, I understand kilograms and pounds. I generally talk in inches and pounds when I'm talking to people on the internet because I just assume that most of the people watching me are American. Because it's like 60% of my audience or something. And so I understand the metric system and the imperial system pretty fluently. I have a difficult time sometimes translating temperatures back and forth, but I know both of them independently. That being said, I don't know what the fuck a stone is, or who thought that was a good idea, or why anybody would still use it. It's just fucking mythical strangery to me. You're too afraid to check. I getcha. Although I'm proud of myself because when I was in hospital earlier this year, I weighed 115 pounds. So, you're 13 stone something? I know it's really old. And that it's a British thing, Valinor. You don't really see it outside of the Brits, generally. So, you know, I honestly have some random rocks in some dude's field in England. Yep. If I remember correct. Your scale has a slider on it, and once you set it to that by accident, really? My scale has kilograms, pounds, and stone, and I don't think I've ever, like, weighed myself in stone. I could, but I have this little digital scale thing. Bow, bow. Wow, now, now. You're 2 blinds? Am I making you guys feel large? I'm sorry. Just realize this, Ocelot. I am underweight. For my height, in order to be a healthy weight, I should weigh somewhere between 160 to 170 pounds for my weight. For my height. Same with my dad. My dad is like been 150 to 160, 70-ish his whole life. And when he was my age, he weighed about what I do now. So I think that's more trying to be thematically accurate to the time period they're emulating more than anything. It's a pretty healthy weight, I'd assume. Unless you're like 5 feet tall. I like guy. So like, just remember that. Like when I'm not bragging and I'm not proud of my weight. Like it's a problem that I've literally been working on for years. You'll be okay, Aqua. You'll hang in there. Finished up some work and that was satisfying. You'll be good. About 6 feet. Oh yeah, then you're healthier than me probably. Like having a little bit of... I would really like to have some gut fat so that my injections didn't fucking hurt every day. God, it's rough. Those just hurt like a motherfucker. The worst. Charcoal. 50. We'll make 50 charcoal. And I should put a wood stockpile down here. I'll just keep drinking Napoleon's Angel. That'll get me there eventually. Enough alcohol. Enough chicken. And enough sit-ups. I'll develop something. How's Board Guy doing? He's not in prison anymore. I think our prison is magical. Look at this. Board Guy tantrumed, beat somebody up, got thrown in prison on a vandalism charge. Now she's fine. Look at that. No problem. Also, Board Guy came into this fortress as a child at the age of 10. He's now 30. Although her right back teeth are gone. And her left foot bears a massive straight scar. And solution to all of life's problems. Finally, you found my... I was wondering when this was going to happen. My name is Miston. I am still your liaison from the mountain homes, as I have been as long as you've been here. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We are updating your maps. What requests do you have us bring next year? Iron. More silk. Copper. Bronze. Brass. Rose gold. Black bronze. And bismuth. What year is it? I think 28. I'll check. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, no, Chris. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. A nice thing about being on good terms with the elves is they're also giving us news and updates about what's going on in the world. So we're able to watch the world expand. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft worship. Yep, we started on year 5. We got a couple of years to go. At least 5 more. At least, maybe, probably more. Highly likely more. Well, then we have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. They want crossbows real bad. Short swords, plants, sheet, footwear. I guess we could start just making swords. That could be fun. Training up some weaponsmiths. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yeah, we're early winter, year 27. So we're about to enter into 28. About to enter into year 28. Boom, 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 boom. I know I removed something. Not sure what it was, though. How are you doing over here, animal? You're pretty wounded. This is a happy dwarf, you know? He's wearing a pair of socks, got shoes, he's got a shirt, a vest, a crown, an amulet, a crown, a set of trousers, a crown, a glove, a right mitten, another glove, another mitten, and 2 more crowns. And a cloak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crowns he's wearing. Good on you, animal. What a happy dwarf. I've always wondered how they wear that many crowns. No, but I would like to buy a hamburger. Hamburger. Would like to buy a hamburger. I need to, like, clip that. Because I would like to buy a hamburger is one of my favorite film quotes ever. I would like to buy a hamburger. I would like to buy a hamburger. Hamburger! I need to rewatch that fucking movie. I remember loving that movie. I wonder if it ages all right. Tips, crown, and other crown. The Pink Panther, the remake, first one. There's a sequence where he goes to a language coach, and she's like trying to tell him how to say, I would like to buy a hamburger. And he's like incapable of saying, I would like to buy a hamburger. So instead he's saying, I would like to buy a hamburger. Because that whole film just makes fun of people with accents. It's fucking fun. It's a great movie. I like the old Pink Panther movies too. But I kind of like both. Like the old and the new. Unlike Dr. Dolittle, where it's like old one or die. The original is the best Dr. Dolittle. New Dr. Dolittle with Eddie Murphy was trash. The back. By the end of it, he's just like back and crying. I'm not much of a funny movie person, but kind of stupid humor that stays the same. Yeah, that's what I would think. Like slapstick comedy kind of never gets old, really. Like fucking Three Stooges is still funny, and it's just idiots like smacking each other in the heads with ladders. Charlie Chaplin is still funny because it's just absurdist stupid. Both of the remakes hold up. That's good to hear. I wonder if those are on Netflix. Maybe I should have a movie night. I need to watch a funny movie. I need to actually find a movie that makes me laugh. It's been so long since I've just like laughed hysterically watching a movie. I think my sense of humor is good. I'm kind of like my dad. Nothing really makes me laugh these days. Like stuff used to when I was younger, but I can't remember the last time I sat down and just laughed at a movie. I guess I've just gotten dull and boring. Not particularly, Morden. Well, depends on the dark humor. I'm picky on the dark humor. Like, I fucking loved Shaun of the Dead. Well, that's not really what I would consider to be dark humor. Actually, how about this? I mean, yes, I like dark humor. I don't like morbid humor, if you can make the distinction. But yes, I do have a sense of humor, Cooler. Yes, I have. Years and years and years and years and years ago. It was okay. At least I remember it being okay. Rude, Cooler. Seems a little too real. Maybe if we retitled it Shaun of the Stupid. Yeah, Shaun of the Dead's hilarious. I love that movie. It's ironic because, like, a lot of the other movies that those blokes are in, I'm not a fan of. Like, I loved Shaun of the Dead. Can't fucking stand Hot Fuzz. Hot Fuzz was one of the most dull movies I've ever seen. Like, God, that movie was obnoxious. Which is funny, because I know a lot of people who fucking love Hot Fuzz. Just, I can't get into it. I found that movie dull as dishwater. Cooler just likes to bully me. Also, did you get the thing I sent you last night, Cooler? Pizza and chips. Sandwich soon. 20 minutes for me. Is snow time. I mean, that's fair. Like, it's an unpopular opinion. A lot of people love Hot Fuzz. I don't know. That movie was just dry and uninteresting. And I like some dry humor, too. I sent you money, Cooler. Making sure you got it. I had avocado toast for breakfast because I'm a horrible hipster, and I have a sandwich for lunch with tomato, avocado, and cheese on it because I'm out of sandwich meat. Which means I'm slowly entering the realms of sad because I'm out of food. Well, out of interesting food, anyway. I'm just storing items in stockpiles for a little bit because the wood's been chopped down. I kind of just want to get the dwarves inside. And here's the thing. I need fats, which is why I've actually been eating a lot more red meat than I used to. I used to not eat very much red meat. Like, red meat was like maybe once a month or so, but I've been eating fatty red meats. I've been eating pork. I've been eating a lot of avocado. Just trying to gain some weight. I want to get up to 145. If I can get up to 145 pounds, I'll be happy. Oh. And for those of you who don't, 65 kilos. 65, 66, somewhere around there. If I can get up to that point, I'll be happy. Bacon wrapped chicken stuffed with asparagus. See, I'm not that fancy, but I have been eating like salt and pepper chicken and like potatoes cooked in butter and stuff like that. I mean, you sent me lots of things in the form of art. Oh, that's a good picture. Cooler, can I share that with the stream? Sure. It's the cat. Oh, that's funny. Oh dear. Also, check out these hot stalker thumbnails. God. Also sent me this one. I'm going with that one probably for most of them. Cats in the kettle at the silver spoon. I mean, I eat oatmeal or toast for breakfast depending on whether or not I have milk. I currently don't have milk, so it's toast for breakfast. Usually an egg or two with either breakfast or lunch. And then lunch is a sandwich of literally whatever happens to be in my fridge. And dinner is usually some sort of protein and some sort of starch and some sort of vegetables, baked or fried generally. Sometimes boiled, rarely boiled. So. The cat slept in the pan yesterday. So, we used to have this wreath, this Advent wreath, growing up that would go in the middle of the table, when we were like around Christmas time, when I was younger. I'm sure my parents still have it. And when we first got our cat, who I'd taken care of a couple times, the gray one, Papageno, he was small enough that he could sleep in the center of it perfectly, and he would always sleep in the center of it, in the middle of the table. And it kind of got to a point where he was just too big, fit in this thing, and started getting very annoyed one year where he would just break the candles off to be able to sleep in it. So he would just jump onto this thing and like snap the candles in half and then sleep on it. It was kind of hilarious. Granola with vanilla yogurt for breakfast. Yeah, yogurt doesn't keep long enough for me. I mean, I will do yogurt if I have it, but kind of depends on price. There we go. They're singing. Popping the instruments out, hopefully. Do, 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 do. Kind of sucks that I can't assign the fluffy wamblers to something. So I have these two fluffy wamblers in cages right here. Playing with one hand and itching my foot with the other. Fluffy wambler and fluffy wambler. Unfortunately, we don't have an opposite gender fluffy wambler, so I can't see if I can breed fluffy wamblers. The elves keep bringing them, and I keep buying them. So I've got these cages with fluffy wamblers in them. It's a pity I can't assign them to a zone like the pigs we have in here. It'd be very convenient, but... Get inside, Jacknerk. I'm gonna try and do something like that. Make a fluffy wambler pin with like glass windows so we can look inside and watch the fluffy wamblers mate. I mean, breed a whole bunch of fluffy wamblers, make a zoo. It's in the plans. Yes. It's okay, I can't English either. Not just you. Bum 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 ba ba dum. I've gotten so many, like, weird compliments about the Blazeball video I put up. Glad people seem to like it. People like my strange ramblings. I think my favorite comment on that video was, blind, you're weird, but good weird. Fluffy Wambler Cafe. But then I'd have to be able to zone them to a specific area, because they'll just leave. That's the problem. Like, they're tame, but, like, they'll just wander around the fort freely if I let them out, which I could. I could have, like, the equivalent of tribbles just everywhere, and I guess butcher them if there's too many, but... Vermin pets are strange. I wonder if there's any... For anybody who doesn't know, I can read you the description of a fluffy wambler. They're only found in good biomes, right? I thought they had a little bit more of a description than just a tame fluffy wambler. Fluffy Wambler. Yes. Tons of problems with them. Fluffy Wamblers are humanoid vermin. That they are round. This is official artwork of a Fluffy Wambler. I suddenly want a 1959 Volkswagen with a dash-mounted coffee machine. God, the times have changed, man. But yeah, that's a Fluffy Wambler. But yeah, no, I've had problems with porn bots, view botting bots that are just like, hey, do you want to be famous? I've had problems with dating bots that are just like, hey, find out more about my bio in my profile. It's like, okay, so it's generic picture of pretty lady with a lot of emojis. Half Kirby, half Furby. Slightly tribble. Sigil. Pick in Discord. Oh god, what are we picking in Discord? Chat. I want one. That looks incredibly dangerous. Like, imagine hitting a bump in the road and getting hot coffee in your lap. Like, there is nothing safe about this. This is a horrible idea. Everything about this is terrible. Everything. Everything about that is awful. Exactly. It's horrible, but I want one. Actually, no, I don't want one. But what I do want is I want my very own cafe/restaurant that has just the dashboard of one of those with the coffee maker in it as like a decorative piece, you know? Like if I ever have $1 bajillion in a man cave, I just want that on my wall. Like just the dashboard. Like I want to take that dashboard and just like put that wheel, maybe take the wheel off or leave the wheel on even, and just put that on the wall, you know? I mean, until you hit another car and get coffee in your lap, it's like insult to injury. Nowhere near as effective as an airbag, can confirm. Also, how you doing today, Renee? And on his Discord, when you refreshed, they were gone. Yeah, no, I mean, I get them too. I get like, I don't know, maybe a dozen comments a day on YouTube on new videos that are just like, here is a link to a porn site. It's a little bit obnoxious. Also, holy fuck, Matt Visual just uploaded a video. When was the last time Matt Visual uploaded a video? 2 years ago. Literally just titled Hi. Oh, I'll have to watch that afterwards. Minute and 30 seconds. I hope he's back. I mean, see, here's the unfair advantage I have right now, Renee. My apartment is literally just a man cave. Quite literally. It's an office. It's my man cave. It's where I live. Like, I have one room in my apartment, so it's basically all it is. No vandalism charges recently, which is good. The snow's melting. Yeah, there was an insult? Aw. I mean, for whatever it's worth, I didn't really start getting comments on videos until recently. Like, this past year, What is that? There's a cardinal stuck in here. We have a problem. There's a cardinal stuck in our soon-to-be tavern. I hope it gets out. Or bird. It's flapping about. Bird is a patron? I don't know about that. Bird is mascot? Nah, Plum Tree is mascot. Oh. I was wondering why the game was lagging a little bit. Trying to process how many elves to send me. Good to know. They must be happy with the trading because they're still sending good numbers. Hauling will be nice and easy this year. Gonna let the military train for a little bit. I know Jack Nick likes being in the vengeful when joining an existing conflict. What conflict? Did you just fight with a bird, Jack Nick? I think you may have. Yeah, you got attacked by a buzzard. Okay, that makes sense. Aqua's also a little stressed. Okay. This is I've literally never seen this before on the military. Why are they all like in actual combat? Gotta just be the buzzards. Bizarre. Normally they're like, yay, sparring session. But now they're like, existing conflict. Ah! How do you break an ear? Your left ear is broken? Is it possible to break an ear, chat? Okay, maybe I should stop them from training. We'll keep the bear fighters training for another season, though. Hey, Grandma Sweets. Yeah, you micromanage trades with a broker. Yeah. But you can without a broker. You can just set it so that anybody trades. You'll just get better prices if you have a broker. Because one dwarf then goes and practices the like appraisal skills and stuff like that. And then they'll be better at it. That's the advantage you get. Yeah. So they'll get better estimates on the values of things and stuff. Yeah. How's the quest to learn DF coming? Still can't quite immerse yourself in the game yet because you have to look things up pretty frequently. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes, though. You're getting closer. That's good. It's really, it's, I can't stress this enough. It is completely worth the time. They brought it, the dwarves brought a unicorn? Well, I will take a unicorn, thank you. God damn it. I want them to bring me 2 unicorns. Bring me a second unicorn. Barn owl. Gray squirrel. A magic pointy-headed pony, yes. I like these dwarves bringing me hemp socks and unicorns. Oh wait, these aren't dwarves, these are elves. Derp. Why am I brain blanking? Apparently I like just didn't wake up properly today. It's okay though, I don't actually need to give them that much. Wait a second. I'm not trading with dwarves. I'm trading with elves. There you go. But we have another unicorn now. There we go. No. Buy a horse and fix a spear to its head? But it's not the same, okay? And besides, they look like an H instead of a U. We would know it's not real. With a spiral horn growing from its forehead. Their name means style. Style Elfins. Just part of the reason why I actually think that, like, magical creatures and the mystics and magics stuff for Dwarf Fortress, it's one of the reasons why I think that Total War Troy video that George Weidman, aka Super Bunny Hop, put out, I think it's so fascinating, is because in that video they talk about how, oh, well, magical creatures probably existed, but they probably weren't magical creatures. They were just a dude wearing a bull's skull at war, and they were like, well, it's a half bull, half warrior, and in the heat of battle, the survivors thought that they saw bull creatures, but in reality, they were just some big, bulky dude wearing a bull skull. Neat idea. And centaurs are just some of the first mounted soldiers that they saw. Neat ideas. How'd you build the aqueduct? It's literally just a brook, and I dug underneath it, and then replaced all of the dirt with blocks and smoothed the rest, and all the green flashy stuff was clay, but we replaced it, and then dug underneath it. That's it. I didn't actually build anything, really. I just waited for bits of it to freeze, and then replaced the bits that I didn't want. That's all, really. It's nothing super fancy. I believe that. Also, narwhals are fucking cool creatures. Whales in general are fucking cool creatures. I love whales. Guess what my favorite Star Trek movie is? The one with the whales. Kind of need the rain to end a little bit, but How you liking your job there, Euthris? I do not understand why all my military was suddenly just like, this is actual combat. It's like, no, you're just training. Until like 5 years ago? Really? I mean, I could see it. I think, like, in that case, I knew narwhals existed because there was a giant skeleton of one in, and still is a giant skeleton of one. Oh no. Aqua through a tantrum. That's bad. Wasn't actually enough to get any crimes pinned on him. Kind of just want all of the dwarves to go inside and relax for a little bit. Chad, is there any creatures that you believed weren't real for most of your life until learning that they were real? The day that I learned that pikas are a real thing kind of freaked me out a little bit. Pikachus are a real creature. They're just not actually Pikachus. They're called pikas. And they're adorable. Pikas kind of surprised me, yeah. But I learned those were real when I was like 12, so. I thought the Loch Ness Monster was real for most of my life. But I feel like most kids did. Oh, pff, I see the pun. Ha! Sorry, it went way over my head. Pikas. Don't know what a pika is? I guess funky little mammal. Yeah, you have made a few puns today. The best puns are the ones that go right over the head of the person you're talking to and then they realize it like 15 seconds later and feel stupid. Those are the best puns. A simple dinner. We shall move the location of the simple dinner underground. Well, down to the bottom of the pit, rather. Pikas? They've always been pikas. At least that's how my parents told me to pronounce it, so. The one I'm rolling with. Yeah, no, I could totally believe that someone wouldn't think that narwhals are real. They're weird fucking creatures. The yellow electric thingamabob ruined the pronunciations? Oh, damn. This is a meeting hall, as well as our tavern. It's a friend of my deceased self's deceased dad. This feels like a reference within a reference, so I will just simply smile and nod and agree. Do you think that these dwarves are going to appreciate this tavern? I hope so. Lutzhasen? I'm not even gonna try. They're called flutes. Weird name. I remember learning that Wolverines were an actual creature and not just a comic book superhero. But I was like 8 years old then. Has anybody here ever been fooled into believing that a fake creature that doesn't exist actually exists? Like the North American tree octopus or the African jumping slug? I mean, that one is less straightforward, right? Like Wolverine is just a dude with claws, right? And can sound like a name. Whereas Spider-Man is a man who got bit by, or boy, who got bit by a spider and then became a spider person, which is totally different. Oh, I super duper remember the spider from Spy Kids. Are you actually playing that? I've never seen one play a Keurig before. That's awesome. Keurig is a brand of coffee maker that makes shit quality coffee from shitty disposable containers, but it's also a huge stationary percussion instrument. It consists of a glass bar, and the musician strikes the glass bar. The instrument has a single low pitch. The instrument has a light, even, pure piercing timbre. Oh yeah, I can believe the Tasmanian tiger one freaking out a few people. Drop bears? Those are just black bears. Come on. Every few months you have to check to remind yourself that narwhals are actually real. Okay, so you're not the only one who, like, didn't know that narwhals were real. Is that a goose or a goat? It's a goose. Okay. Whose pet is that? Pablo's pet goose. Okay. And looks like our one cat adopted Vin. It's kind of adorable. Gonna continue making that unicorn available as a pet if anybody wants it. Yeah, they're blue and they run really fast and eat chili dogs. Of course. Okay, come on. I think that Tasmanian devils are one that I was kind of shocked about when I learned what they were really like when I was young. Because, like, they're like just these small little mammals that look like a weird miniature bear dog thing that just goes brrr, and they don't spin in circles like a tornado. Tasmanian tigers. Yeah. Although you could say that for most big cats. Was ejected when caught in the rain, but see, so they're socializing up there a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna throw a bunch of gem windows into this wall. It's gonna be all blue jades. No, not purple. Blue. And we'll kind of call it like the gem window in front of the alcohol and the food. Oh, that sucks. We have a similar problem here with owls, where they're attracted to roadkill. And they land in the middle of the road and then get hit. Kind of sad. Oh, that sucks. I know some people who get like kind of indifferent about endangered animals that have infectious diseases that are wiping them out. And they're like, oh, they're stupid. Like, they're dying from X disease. It's like, that's not their fucking fault. I've heard people say that about koalas a couple times in the past year, and it, I don't know, it upsets me a little bit. How about you just say sloths struggle? They just struggle. They're just slow. Could be called a struggle. A struggle of sloths. Like a gaggle of friends. This is a nice new tavern, I think. Hope that the dwarves like it and appreciate it as much as we will. Sloths? They're odd creatures. I don't understand a lot of people's obsession with sloths. Like, I know a lot of people are just like, oh, I'm just like a sloth, or I identify with sloths. It's like, I don't see that, but they're neat critters. It's called a bed. Bed of sloths. I think that the coolest group of animals term is crows, because a group of crows is called a murder. It's like, that's too fucking cool. Crows are goddamn awesome. All right, so I think we should put our kitchens up above. I don't know, but crows are awesome. Grandma sweets. Yeah, cooler. Someone's got a cooler name than you. It's unfortunate. Oh, how that's even possible. How are they not extinct? I feel that way about a lot of creatures. It's like, how do you still live? It's like, I'm impressed that you're still alive, but how? Just how? Your name is indeed cooler, but it's not the coolest. Sorry, this is just such a dumb conversation. It's like me saying I heard my name, or saying, no, I'm blind, whenever a streamer says, oh, I'm blind. And I see streamers say that all the time, and every time I have to, like, resist the unwavering temptation to just type in, no, I'm blind. Well, giants move slowly. Maybe? Yes, I have seen footage of these. Like, does anybody here remember watching Big Cats for the Curiosity stream stuff that I did? That footage of those fucking snow leopards was incredible. Absolutely goddamn incredible. And I'd like to take a moment to remind everybody, if you want to help a viewer of the channel and longtime DF modder Dion out, in the roguelikes room on Discord, he's got a public version of an early build of a roguelike up if anybody wants to go test it or help him test and search for bugs. Aqua's throwing another tantrum. God damn it, Aqua. God damn it, Aqua. Please don't kill anybody. Important. I mean, you know what giant sloths would do? Gesture in your general direction, goats. Giant sloths are not a threat? Have you ever met a giant sloth and asked him if he's a threat? Or she's a threat? Because I don't know if you know until you've actually spoken with one. But it is summer now, and 1:22 p.m. I'm just going to get these mudstone figurines up and running again. I'm going to let the dwarves mine out my new kitchen. That's not good. At least it's only $170 and not $171. All right, I will be back in a couple minutes after I get my foodstuffs and sandwich and boiled eggs peeled because I didn't eat them with breakfast. I will be back in hopefully under 10 minutes. If you are hanging around in the channel, can I just get a round of beers? Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out today. If you happen to have sound commands, now is a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. I will be back sooner rather than later, and then we can continue with more dwarfs and tavern building and temple building, hopefully, and library building and other thing building. So we'll be back soon. Hey, I return a fish.
Cheese for everyone!
No, just on my sandwich, not for everyone. It's an unintentional face, but yes, it's a face. But once you see it, you kind of can't unsee it. Yeah, it kind of does have a mullet. I never really thought of it that way. And I don't understand why my military all thinks they're in an actual battle right now. They've got to just be getting dive bombed by. Oh. That's distressing. The bright side, it is kind of nice to see the dwarves relaxing for a little bit. Even if it's just for a little bit. think that's everything we need for there. Why's that, Gibbs? Good to see you. How have you been? Okay, so I can move that. We'll need the soap makers. Can get rid of that. Can get rid of that. Get rid of that. We'll need that. And that. But we're getting there. Also move all that downstairs. Look at all of that food that we are delivering into the basement. Wait, what? Rhinestone is a genius. In the year 28, we discovered the construction and use of the pulley, and I had to screenshot that, hence the booty boop boop in the background. Would you fucking look at that? Would you fucking look at that? Age of Wonders 3 specifically. One of my favorite fantasy game soundtracks of all time. I'm one of those weird kids that has a lot of nostalgia for the Age of Wonders franchise. I love the Age of Wonders franchise so much. Oh, that sucks. So I guess you're stuck in hospital then? I mean, I'm assuming you have some form of internet at the very least. I mean, I loved the first Age of Wonders probably the most, but that was also, you know, one of my first 4X games. Easily one of my favorite 4X games too. I streamed quite a bit of Age of Wonders Planet Fallen. I personally really liked it. But it was a hard game to stream. A lot of people were just like, I don't understand why this is cool. It's like shitty XCOM and shitty Civ, which is kind of the response I got from a lot of people. Ooh. Ooh, who'd you punch? You beat the crap out of Lump Aqua? That's rude. Now you're punching Vin? Why is everybody bullying on the leader? That seems like a prison sentence for you, Aqua. Isn't too bad. I'm glad you're keeping your head up. So it's Tuesday. Stone. Aqua's been found dead. What? Oh. The sheriff kicks the engraver in the head with his left foot, and the attack is deflected by his steel helm. The force pulls the neck, tearing apart the skin, and bruising the fat. And Squug says, I finished some work. That was not satisfying. God damn it. Squog, you're too good at your job. Also, Aegis grew up and is now a peasant. Likes llamas for their long necks. No. Jack Nurick, Board Guy, Stone 2, Hair, and Jackie all grew up. There's been a few. Do, 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 do. Yeah, on one hand, I'm really happy that Age of Wonders got bought by Paradox, because I think Paradox is a really good company to own Age of Wonders. And then I'm really mad that they made a science fiction Age of Wonders. Like, don't call it Age of Wonders. It's just not an Age of Wonders. No, you're right, Stone. I've actually seen it happen in other people's chats too. It's kind of funny. Like, without anybody initiating it. Somebody just posts my emote, and then, like, a couple other people just post it. It's just like if someone types in an Admiral Baru emote, within a few minutes, someone else is usually like, brother, with another Admiral Baru emote. Sure, but I wish they didn't call it an Age of Wonders game. Like, I'm aware of, like, the story behind it and why it's called Age of Wonders. I just, I don't know. That part doesn't fit it. Like, I kind of wish they did something weirder, you know? But I understand that. Board guy's having a tantrum. It was a minor one, though. I've conditioned you like mice. Round of beers in chat, please. Just remember, chat, you guys told me to make the beer emote. And voted on which emote to remove in exchange for the beer emote, so. You did it to yourself. And you know, those that are in the know. Are those beds? Did I just, yeah, I just put beds in there. What? Hit N, not B, you silly. Ba-da-dum, bow, 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 bow. Now we need adjacent walls for doors. Hopefully someone will store an item in Tomb. $36 books including copies, eh? Wondering if we've got any books. Classic Interviews. Mule Parchment Choir. Another book by Ryan Stone and concerns using personal interviews as sources. It's not awful, but not very good either. Secret Interviews. Also concerns using personal interviews as sources. It's also not very good either. The History of Beliefs, a grizzly boar parchment choir. Authored by the great Padinsky, it concerns the nature of belief. The writing has a very serious tone. It's not awful, but not very good either. A Humble Offering to Pulleys, of Mule Parchment Choir. Book authored by Rhinestone, entitled A Humble Offering to Pulleys. Not awful, but not very good either. But it can... Guild of Vines, Start Your Day with the Mountain Halls. More books. A bunch of them are copies, though. So sorry, Aqua. These dwarves don't deserve this. Like, they really don't. Alright, do I need a soap maker's workshop? Not right now. Do I need an ashery? Not right now. Do I need a loom? Yes, but I can get rid of it. Clothers, loom, clothers, mechanics, leatherworks. You can go away, you can go away. You can go away, you can go away. You can go away. Pain is a response. As a response, extremely useful, which is why people who don't feel. Yeah, I mean, we need to feel pain. Wait, what? We'll never do it again because of the pain, unless they like pain. And there are certainly people out there that enjoy pain. But it's not generally super wise to enjoy pain. So we're going to need to move this unicorn. It's certainly a unique corn. We will move the unique corn down here for a bit. I have a wolverine and a buzzard in a cage. How cool is that? And we just need to remove the soap maker's workshop. Once that is done, then we can begin digging. Once again. Can channel down the upper area up here. This is gonna be a weird one. Bounce up another layer. Okay. They should go all the way down around this. We should chop those trees down. And then after we're done with that, we can start channeling. Once we start channeling, then... Uh-oh. I screwed that one up a little bit. There we go. Now that we're done with all that, we should be able to begin doing the thing where we remove the final piece of land. I'm kind of weirdly excited about this. I don't know about you guys, but... and create even more mudstone is what this actually is going to be. Keeping that mudstone economy alive, I guess. You know, every single day my opinion changes as to whether or not this will get done. An extension to the mudstone era? Days of mudstone. Not gonna lie, these tantrums have made me a little bit worried. Trust in the Titan, eh? In the Titan's name we trust. I don't know, though. Perhaps you have more faith than I do. I'm certainly worried. I certainly have my concerns about this fortress. I would really like to complete it. I think that would be really fucking cool if we did. Instead has come. A towering humanoid composed of mud. It has wings, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its fire. You know, I was talking with Krug Smash actually on his Discord a couple weeks ago, and I was asking about something point, chamber point. I was asking about chamber point. I'm like, so what happens if a Titan shows up? And he goes, oh, we're all dead. He's like, I started a new fortress is what happens. And tell the story about how refugees from chamber point in their failed first attempt then make a second attempt. Because indeed, like, uh-oh. Did I just see a dwarf fall? Nope. Whew. I was momentarily extremely worried for a second there. At least this is much faster than the previous pit that we dug, you know? Whoa! Something caved in and Hops and a bunch of people went splat, actually. Shit. Marty and Hops. Oh no. Shit. I'm actually not sure what caved in. I certainly saw the cave in, but two horrible cave-in tragedies. Those were good dwarves we lost today. And Vin. Oh, did board guy kill him? God damn it. Man, Ruler's getting murdered by tantruming kids. Questigal has assumed the position of expedition leader of the Eternal Adventure of Time. Oh, man. But in less deep lurk now, how goes the fort this afternoon? Many unexpected deaths. Well, should I say expected deaths? I don't know, I just lost 2 dwarves in a cave-in and my expedition leader, and I'm very sad. The outpost liaison has arrived. Toppled beer emoji. Oh no, man. I liked those dwarves. I'm sad. Not every dwarf. They could tantrum and topple a statue, but yes, you are correct. But I want them to die naturally, not in cave-ins, you know? I think I've literally lost every single one of my miners. Well, Aegis, you get a new job, my dwarf. Board guy, what are we gonna do with you? Has killed Spitalier and Vin. You know, I'm trying really hard not to do this, but I'm going to expel you, board guy, to Veiled Clasp. You've taken 2 good dwarves from us. And you were amused. I mean, sometimes you gotta think hard on that beer, you know? How fares Mr. Padinsky? The great Padinsky fares quite well, actually. Considering you did murder an Andar, doing pretty good. You could really use a good meal, though. Bon voyage, beer board guy indeed. Yeah, you murdered somebody a while ago. You were actually haggard and very, very, very stressed out and depressed. And then this beautiful thing happened. You woke up one morning with no stress in your head, and it was wonderful. I'm not sure how that works, but like from one day to the next, you went from being super distressed, depressed, and horribly upset all the time to just perfectly happy, and it's kind of perplexing. Yeah, and all it took was murder, and suddenly you're okay again. Welcome back. I feel bad calling you stupid. But it's your name, so. That'll do. We'll just trade for all those bars. Yeah, we had some dwarves die in a cave-in, unfortunately, and now I'm pretty sure we just have like 1 miner left. But we've moved our food construction into here, so. Also, rock pot. Let's just do 300 rock pots. Screw those barrels. Killed 2 dwarves. No. I mean, it's not. It sucks when dwarves are depressed in general, especially when there's somebody that was like a character that was developing that you're attached to, right? which is the case for every single dwarf in this fort. I'd like to see them just die naturally. Instead, they keep getting murdered by the kids. But I guess that's also kind of like one of the most natural deaths you can have, right? I literally just missed betting on the recent games for baseball. Just tapped in, realizing that it was 2 o'clock, and I just missed betting time. Darn. When they capture Kyo? I don't know. What do they say? I'm assuming this is going to turn into some form of joke. I'm sorry, Stone, but I don't get it. I don't get it, man. Hey, Scubs. Needs some work. Yeah, it does. What they should say is Akia. Akia. Breadcrumb under my foot. Breadcrumb was under my foot, so. It might need some work, but I could see it getting somewhere and being rather amusing. To assemble that joke? Yeah. Someone forgot the instructions back home. That's okay. So you know how when you have crappy performers in Dwarf Fortress that come and visit, and the dwarves hate their performance, they will get shitty moods from the performance. I think that's one that would give dwarves bad moods. Then when everyone forgets about it, or you just go throw it at a new captive audience, right? Find someone else who's streaming DF and make the same joke. That's supposed to be a seed stockpile? Yeah, it is. Supposed to be no barrels there. Bum, 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 bum. Because I really need this to be finished, so 300 rock pots ain't even going to get us through all of that. Will certainly fucking help, but all right. How are we doing on charcoal? 57. Let's smelt 50 lemonite ore. Make 50 more charcoal. And then we can make 50 swords. Yeah, no, we're still kind of very much in the same position that Chamber Point's in. It's like if kind of anything bad happens, we're just fucked. It's kind of all there really is to it. Bad thing happened, we all dead. So hopefully no bad thing happen. Unless you want to see the world burn, in which case, then hope bad thing happen. Turns out this is a pretty effective method of getting rid of the boulders in my tavern, because we're just making those rock pots out of anything. Forgotten beasts don't come from the above ground, so it would be a titan. But yes, cue the titan. Make a catapult and throw them at somebody, right? That's what you do when life gives you boulders? Or do you tell them to dash? Somebody in the chat, on the topic of old or crappy jokes, someone popped into the chat when I was playing Risk of Rain the other day and was just like, is your refrigerator running? And I immediately responded with, no, it can't, because it has no legs. And you need to get a better joke. And the person responded with, God damn, that usually gets them. So Hobo is smelting limonite ore. Bacon? What about pork butt? Supposedly. It's okay. Bacon's a normal response. Anyway, how have you been, Armor? What have you been up to recently? How you holding up? Good to see you as always. Yeah, I feel you there. I feel you there. Yeah, no, I remember first time I heard that was when I was very young, so it must have been an old joke. My knee-jerk reaction was child detected. It's like if you haven't heard that joke before, you're probably too young to watch this stream. Let's see what we actually have for bars. So 44 iron, 7 silvers, 8 copper, 6 bronze, 9 brass, 3 steel, 2 pig iron, 5 electrum. Actually, you know what? No wonder. I can make sterling silver. I can make a few billion bars too. I don't think I've heard this one, Pudinsky. Oh, I was talking about how a couple days ago, well, Stone made a really bad joke that kind of made no sense. Like, not even just like a pun, just like what happens when a dwarf catches a key in a cage, or what does a dwarf say when they catch a key in a cage? My Kia, which kind of doesn't work. So we're workshopping it. But then I was like, well, the other day when I was playing Risk of Rain, this person pops into my chat out of nowhere and says, is your refrigerator running? And I said, I responded with, no, it can't. It has no legs. Hence, you need a new joke. And the person responded with, man, that normally gets people. We're just kind of talking about how that's actually a really, 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 really old joke. That's all. So it's kind of weird that someone would be used to people getting caught by that one because it's such an old joke, you know? Star Trek Day? I just Googled Star Trek Day. So supposedly... Star Trek is 54 years old. Today. 54. Call me when it's 55. Or 60, rather. That's actually like a cool day. Well, better let him out. Prince Albert in a can. No. Well, then what happens if you say no? I clearly don't have Prince Albert in a can. As that seems kind of like a problem if you happened to have Prince Albert in a can. Oh, really? It was a tobacco product? Okay, I guess I can see that. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. I feel like I knew that was a tobacco brand. I feel like I knew that was a tobacco brand. Like that's like a chewing tobacco brand. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, to completely change the subject, supposedly Tim Hortons is having a rough time financially right now. Like there's all these ads right now saying, please come back to Tim Hortons. Canadians. Please come back. We need your money. We miss you. Please come back. I literally, I don't know, man. Star Trek might be a boomer, but Star Trek was progressive before being progressive was cool, so. I don't know. Star Trek Next Generation had men in dresses. I think Star Trek can be an honorary zoomer. Besides, they literally zoom through space. Also, thanks, Laura. Go visit a Tim Hortons. Yeah. They miss you, and they need your money. I think their coffee needs to get better. If they actually made relatively acceptable coffee, I would totally go to a Tim Hortons. Actually, no, I probably wouldn't. You know what I am shocked about, though? The fact that GameStop still exists? Imagine Picard flossing. I'm halfway surprised there hasn't been like a Fortnite Star Trek tie-in yet. I haven't seen Star Trek Discovery, so I don't know. I might not like it. Oh, probably. They're in the States. There's a lot in, like, American airports. I mean, for me, Star Trek is very much kind of a classic franchise. Like, the new stuff I don't really pay that much attention to. Like, I love Next Gen. Voyager's okay. I really, really, really like DS9. I really, really like the original series. And the movies that are associated with those respective franchises. And outside of that, I just kind of, you know? Like, the new stuff's neat. I'm happy that it exists. I'm glad that they're still giving Sir Patrick Stewart work. But do I really care to see it? I do think it's kind of funny that Sir Patrick Stewart has been like 60 years old since the 80s. The only thing that's changed is his posture has gotten slightly worse. I played a Star Trek FPS that's like you play as a Klingon. and then learned and thought that the game was hard as fuck, and then years later, learned that the game actually has an unwinnable bug in it, and the vanilla version that was sold in stores and the version I had was unbeatable because it was so poorly tested. So in order to actually beat the game, you have to download fan mods. And it's one of the most requested games within a major franchise that on GOG, which I think is kind of interesting. It's funny because, like, I feel like a lot of people really, like, a lot of people who watch this stream anyway, really hated Discovery initially, and then a lot of people kind of came around on it pretty quick. Like, I feel like a lot of people disliked it initially, but they seemed to kind of grow on it. Okay, so we're still making the charcoal. Now we're starting up the swords. How many rock pots we still working on? We're done with the rock pots. All right, rock pots. Let's make another 300. Because that isn't even half full, and we need that to be full. Really? That's like probably my least favorite of the classic franchises. Like, I'll go from my least favorite to favorite in the classic franchises. Voyager, DS9, traditional series, or like original series, and then Next Generation. Those are that's kind of like Next Generation being my favorite. Original series is my second favorite because I saw it first. I really like DS9. Not super big on Voyager. I always found Voyager to be a little boring. Like, I feel like Voyager was kind of a series where nothing really happened. It's like, oh, you're lost. I'm sorry, what's Enterprise? I don't think they made that show. No, that was an experiment that was shut down in production. Yeah, that never came out. It's silly. It's a pity that it was canceled, you know, and they never made a second episode. Yeah, there's some interesting things in Enterprise. The problem that I have with Enterprise is that it's so fucking lore-breaking. Like, it's actually upsetting how lore-breaking it is. Voyager just doesn't do anything. That's my problem with Voyager. Like, there's some pretty good characters in there. There's some pretty good writing in some of the episodes, but, like, it's like spacey adventure of the weekend. You know? It's like your weekly space adventure featuring this weird gaggle of characters that desperately want to fuck each other. And not really Star Trek. Kind of like the original series, but the original series was the original series, so they can get away with that. Where it's like, hey, it's your favorite space heroes in space. I feel like by that point, they kind of needed to move on. You've never watched Star Trek in real life? You've watched people talk about it, though? Here's the thing, Stone. You're British. So you should know everything about Doctor Who and not give a flying fuck about Star Trek. So that's acceptable. But all the time travel stories made him lose interest. See, here's the thing. I like the kind of time travel bullshit shenanigans they did in Next Gen because I liked the characters in Next Gen more, and I'm totally fine with just watching Data go into the holodeck and just pretend to be Sherlock Holmes for an hour. That's great. Like, that's dumb fun. But I don't care for characters that I'm not super fond of to do that. You know? Look at the hundreds of Doctor Who discs. See, I know literally nothing about Doctor Who. I just know that there's a bunch of drama every couple of years when there's a new Doctor, and then seemingly within 3 weeks, nobody says anything about it anymore, and then that's all I know about Doctor Who. Is that people just get really mad once every couple of years when there's a new Doctor. Next Generation's incredible. Next Generation is some of the best TV science fiction ever made, period. Like, it's... Next Generation is genuinely incredible. It was science fiction that my ex-girlfriend liked, and she hates science fiction. The remaster is great. Yeah, they just made the thing fucking widescreen. Left everything else the same. I haven't seen enough Babylon 5. There's 2 shows that I need to watch more of. Babylon 5 and Battlestar Galactica. And actually, I should also watch more Stargate. I've seen a bunch of Stargate Atlantis and couldn't tell you what happened in a single episode of that show. I've seen maybe an episode of Babylon 5 and need to watch more of it. And I've seen a single episode of Battlestar Galactica and need to see more of it. The science fiction show that I sat down and watched this past year, and I'm really glad that I did, was The Expanse. That's the one that, like, everybody's like, fucking watch The Expanse! So I watched The Expanse, and it's bloody great. Glad I did. How are we doing on stones? 9,988. I'm below 1,000. How much mudstone is left? Well, we were below 3,000. Now we're back above because I'm digging again, but... It's... I think the 3rd season of The Expanse was a little boring and almost lost me, but they got me again on the most recent season. But it did get a little dull for a bit there, in my opinion. The remake is what I've seen. Stupid. I think probably the next show I'm gonna sit down and watch is Stargate, just because I need a new show. I've just been binging documentaries and like history docs and nature docs, and don't get me wrong, that shit's great. I eat that shit for breakfast. It's wonderful, and I could probably watch nature docs for the rest of my life and be very happy. And I love that shit. That shit's great. But at the same time, getting a little bit of lag here. But at the same time, it's like, I need a new show to watch. And I'm kind of torn between watching a new science fiction show or rewatching DS9, and I haven't decided which. Oh, Andromeda? I recall seeing an episode or 2 of Andromeda, and I don't recall enjoying it very much. Also, a show that starts off really fucking strong and ends really fucking poorly is the George R.R. Martin film adaptation. The film adaptation of the George R.R. Martin book, Nightcrawlers? What was the name? What's the name of that thing? Night Flyers, that was it. Like, the first 3 episodes are great, and then it just goes and just splats on the ground. First few episodes of that show started off real well. That show ends with them flying into a gigantic space squid. And not a good kind of flying into a gigantic space squid, like a, what the fuck, really? It's Space Cthulhu? Come on. Sod off. Giant space squid. But then again, they did that in Star Wars, so I guess that's just cool now. Yeah, you heard our Martin. No, we're not talking about Game of Thrones. I'm talking about the show based on another one of his books that dropped on Netflix last year, called Night Flyers. Because he wrote a novelet back in the 80s about a spaceship that is going off to make contact with the first noticeable alien life, and it's spooky because they spot this alien life from Earth through our telescopes during a global pandemic, and all of humanity is going to be wiped out, and the only way that they're hoping to save us is to go ask these aliens for assistance. And it's a horror flick, so there's like a spooky AI computer with the captain's mom running in it. I'm spoiling this whole fucking show. I don't care because it's bad. Don't watch it. It's on Netflix if you do want to watch it, if you're curious. But it's like, there's this spooky AI that's like making creepy little dead girls appear. There's like, in theory, everything I would like. It's called Night Flyers, Scubs. In theory, it's got everything on it that I would like. It's got spooky demon girls that can kill you. It's got a rogue AI. It's got giant flesh monsters. Like, they send out this probe to go ping the aliens when they're halfway there, and then it just reappears back on the ship, and it's bleeding, and they're like, what the fuck? And they start pulling panels off of it, and then, like, the scientists that built the probe, they're like, it's you in there. And they're like, whoa. It's got, like, fucking... what's the word I'm looking for here? These psychics that are like further evolved humans that can like talk to each other from mind to mind, and they like mind meld with each other and can communicate telepathically, but also can like make your brain explode. It's got so much cool shit in it, but like... Hi, Pi. How are you? I was very disappointed by that show. With your small colony. So you mean mankind's doomed is what you're saying. Spitalier. I don't know. I was just so excited because it was a hard sci-fi looking show, and then I watched it. And I'd like just finished watching The Expanse, and I wanted more new hard sci-fi. Did you ever try to see how far you could get in that game without having a single human on Earth or on Mars? I actually was able to build the end game structures without having a single human in my domes, or actually building a single dome even. Spitalier, because that's a fun thing to do. Do you really need some sleep? You should do that, Pi. Try and get some sleep. And thank you very much for hanging out. Cheers. Do, 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 do. Just research with the rovers and sponsor and get the mega buildings. Get that as well. Yeah, that was kind of the last time I really had fun with that game. That game's good, but there's only so much you can do in it. Welcome back. I don't know, chat. What's a TV show you started watching and loved like the first 2 episodes of, and then it just like crashed and burned after that? It's like, oh, the writers just like went and took a fucking nap kind of feeling. Feed your feline overlord. We spoke of Star Trek. A bunch of dwarves died. Not that many, as 3. 1 got beaten to death by a child. 2 died in a cave-in, so 3. Don't watch TV? Good. Game of Thrones. You know, living in a volcano, I tend to agree with you. But it was more than just 2 episodes. So Lost got... I never watched Lost. I knew the ending of Lost before I saw any of it. And then I watched most of the first season, and I understand why people got so into that show. I have it. I will definitely play that. Battalier. Gonna play that sometime later this week. But kind of holding out a little bit. Don't want to play it right away, you know? Was almost a war crime. You know what I would really like? And it's not going to happen because I keep making fucking movies and it doesn't work as a movie. I would really like a 10-part series for Dune. Because Dune isn't a franchise that works in film, in my opinion. Like, Dune is almost noir-y in a weird way. Like, it doesn't really work directly as... What are you horrified of? Did somebody just die? No. Well, what are you horrified of? Oh, terrifying reliving seeing Aqua die. I love that the entire, like, all of my military have died. Got bored halfway through, never watched the rest of it. The first few seasons of Game of Thrones are fucking brilliant and incredibly well done. But I'm happy I got bored at season 6. More accurate, I didn't get bored actually. I kind of just made up my mind that it was too anxiety-inducing to keep watching it. Kind of the same reason I stopped watching The Walking Dead actually. I really liked the first few seasons of Walking Dead. And then it just kind of hit this problem for me where, great show, but it's so fucking stressful to watch, I don't want to watch it. So I just kind of stopped. I'm actually genuinely waiting for Netflix to pick up not Netflix, probably Amazon would be the one to do it, but Amazon or Netflix to pick up Firefly and do a reboot series of it. Although I feel like it would be horrible and everybody would hate it. And then it would go away as fast as it came back. Yeah, I've watched people play it on tabletop sim. What the fuck just caved in? Actually, I have no idea. You okay there? You're right. Wait. You never watched Firefly? It's okay. From the bits that I remember of it. I watched it at a point in my life when I was always sleep deprived, so I remember parts of it. It's not the original? Exactly, yeah. Cassiopeia, you're alive still, right? Yes. Wow, 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 wow. Man, we've had quite a few deaths today. I'm hoping that'll stop. No, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Welcome back from the lurks. How was the land of the lurky? Thanks, Hot. Cup of tea. Cheers. After one of the original characters. You want to know... Now, this isn't making me lose faith in humanity, but it makes me feel really bad for the next generation of kids, especially young girls. Our little girl's being named Khaleesi. It's actually one of the most popular new names for young girls. Could you imagine being named Khaleesi? I feel so bad for them. An incestuous, evil, psychopathic dragon lady. Neat. No one's naming their kid Cersei. I don't know. God damn. Although I would totally watch a TV show based in the world of Control. It's like right now we have The Witcher, which is kind of one of the best like TV shows based on a video game ever. Well, based on a book, based on a video game. Based on a book that also had a video game based on it, and the TV show takes from the book and the video game. That's what I actually meant to say. With the name Nazgul? See, this is why legal name changes exist. Barons. Totally, yeah. It's like they got named like around season 2. But then again, for a really long time, I've just wanted Remedy to fucking go make a movie. Like, Remedy, we know you want to make a movie. Just go make a movie, damn it. So you're not sure if it's a legit name? Huh. Nazgul. Was it pronounced that way? And you? Also, you're gonna have 4 kids, Animal? That's ambitious. Alexa, Siri, and OK Google. I worked with a Siri. He was an awesome manager for a bit there. I also worked with 4 Alexas and a Tessa and an Alexis at one place that I worked at previously. That was not confusing at all. It's probably your kid. Animal, may you never have children. If I ever have a kid, I'm going to name it Oops. Yuwu and Obo? Oh my god. Wait, why? Stupid. Oops, Oops, you totally weren't an accident. Ah, God. Reading that hurts me inside a little bit. Stupid. I don't know. We need to cull the population. I think we just need to have a law that no one in the world is allowed to have a child for 10 years. Just like, slow down. Pump the brakes, kids. It's like that guy that works for the Olympics was the guy who said that the Olympics is canceled. Who had a really funny name. Oh, hey, they brought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wagons this time. Maybe they'll bring us another unicorn. Nervous smile. Really? I mean, I will see things out of my bad eye that aren't there if there's a conversation about a thing happening at that time. It's kind of spooky. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, you know what? Let's not bring all of that meat. It's gonna be way too complex to split the pots and the barrels out. Bring all those gems up. Mother was obsessed with her lady parts. I mean... Okay, hold on. What was the... What was the name of the guy who announced... Dick Pound. That was his name. Dick Pound. This is the guy who issued the announcement that the Olympics were canceled. Yeah, I did actually. I have like 20 hours in it or something. I'm kind of just waiting for it to be done, Armor. I played it before anybody knew that it existed. It's pretty fucking cool, isn't it? I pitched that game to a friend of mine. I'm like, have you ever heard of a game called Riftbreaker? And he was like, no. I'm like, well, you play as a hot chick in a mech and you run around and kill zerglings. He goes, all right, sign me up. Pen past your piglet. Of all the things you could be fucking doing. Yeah, no, I played that. I've been excited about that game since PAX East 2018? 2019? What year did I go to PAX East? 2019, I think? You have to own your name is Dick Pound and your wife doesn't watch steering movie. But like, it's a hilarious name. I love it. But like, Dick is short for Richard, so his name was Richard Pound, and he goes by Dick. Like, that's something that he chooses to do. So I guess, yeah, you kind of have to own it at that point. I used to know this girl briefly who had the name Tulip. Her parents named her Tulip. I guess they hated her or something. They brought me another unicorn. Some echidnas, Barnell. Another male fluffy wambler. Well, I guess the collection grows. You like that name? Oh, she got called Tulips all the time. Pucker up, Tulips. I felt so bad for her. It's just like the girl that I knew around that same time named Penny. And we just fucking throw pennies at her. Yeah, we'll trade that. I mean, if you only had one lip, that would be a problem, right? Penny for the poor. Okay, where the heck did my other fluffy wambler go? Why not just buy another fluffy wambler? Okay, so we now have 2 unicorns. And a ton of piglets, apparently. Do I have a breeding pair? I don't think so. I do! We have a breeding pair of unicorns. And a bunch of piggies that need et. So we will et them. Time to get some baby unicorns. Here you go, unis. I can't wait for Masterwork Unicorn Crafts. We have you and you. All right, time to make some little horny ponies. How's my dwarfs doing? There we go. Much happier about this. I don't know. What do you call baby unicorns? I'm waiting for a punchline now. Also, I haven't said thanks enough today. The support's been kind of bonkers past 2 days, and thank you so much to everybody who's hanging out. You know, there's 81 people watching us play Dwarf Fortress, and I've talked about this many times in the past, but there was a lot of people who said that I was going to do one thing and one thing only by streaming a ton of Dwarf Fortress on this channel. And that was kill my stream permanently and not be around much longer. And Kvotch has died. Unfortunate, but we all saw it coming. So sorry, Kvotch. Also, I should make a statue of Quetzalcoatl. The newest expedition leader. That's a, there's no U in there. Because Vin went and died to a child. Oh. Let's Google it. Baby unicorn. Maybe a unipony? Of course, I just get My Little Pony. Name. Oh, God. I'm just going to get more. It's called a sparkle. According to Wikipedia. See what Reddit has to say over and Ask Reddit. It's a baby horse. A foal. Reddit seems to think uniful. I'm also seeing people calling them uni baby corns. Baby corns. Phil. I like that one. Purity corn.
You fucking donkey!
I don't know why I find that so funny. That does seem to be full of shit. Woo! I like Puticorn. I'm calling them Puticorn. They're Punicorns now. Wow. Thank you very much for the follow, Glad Alex. Wow. Yeah, I'm going with Unicorn. Because that's just too fucking funny. All right. We had a couple migrants come in, as well as a stray hunting dog. Interesting. Dreams of mastering a skill. So we've just got a few new dwarves, so we can name them after I read these. Emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments. She rolls her eyes when she's exasperated, and she never becomes angry. Well, you can join the military. How about you? Monocorn? Yeah, I guess that would make more sense. Did somebody just die? Right, yeah, Quatch died. I guess I only get 2 migrants. And a rooster, apparently. I don't really need dyers, so... make you a stonecrafter. Who wants a dwarf? Because they have 2 unicorns are indeed the smartest of all the corns. Yeah, Quatch, you died. We have 2 free dwarfs, yes. But if possible, I'd like to name people who haven't had dwarves yet. You literally had a dwarf that died earlier today. Goats. So if somebody here has not had a dwarf in this fort yet, I'd like to give them a chance. Barons. Right, you can have the new recruit. Yeah, it's all good. Goats. You kind of unexcitedly died due to stress and dehydration. No, we won't be ready for a new year. You for like 100 years or so, Warden. You did kind of kill 2 dwarves. One of them while you were 6. It was kind of impressive. You literally scratched the leg off of our Baron. You realize that, right? She has the appearance of somebody that is 88 years old and is one of the first of her kind. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and her eyes are close set. Her ears are very short, and her sandy taupe skin is wrinkled. You worship one god and have no family. You're letting me die so soon? I'm sorry, okay? You put on a sock that was very poor quality and it rotted off your body and you wandered away in its awful stress, distress, sadness. Forever. She is emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments, even if they aren't paid back. She is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, and she is troubled by this. She values romance. She is rarely jealous and isn't particularly ambitious, often acts with compassion, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. I can't, like, speak properly because of how loud I was laughing. I'm not using text will be text, no. And I'm using a very heavily modified version of Cruxmaster's tile set. I have seen some people running this tile set with text will be text. Pretty looking. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she has a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She rolls her eyes when she's exasperated, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fort, Marins, the newest recruit and hunter. And I have one more open name. So if you haven't had a name in this fort and would like a name, just raise your hand and I will give you a name. Yeah, we're not using DF hack on this, like, at all in this playthrough, or any playthrough that I do, really. I'm also not using Dwarf Therapist, so I wouldn't be able to use text will be text even if I wanted it. I'm actually really hoping that I'll be able to add in or use this tile set alongside of the Steam version when that launches eventually. But we'll see. She is annoyed when caught in the rain, and she is a member of the Eternal Adventure of Time. She arrived at Rome Kirosh on the 14th of Slate. I read that as state, in the year 29. She has the appearance of somebody that is 75 years old and is one of the first of her kind. She has a low voice, and her small-lobed ears are broad. Her eyebrows are quite dense, and her cobalt eyes are slightly close-set. Her hair is a crew, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. Her skin is sandy taupe. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and she is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. She strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstractions and concepts over handling specific practical issues. She is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She dislikes helping others, and she does not generally respond to emotional appeals. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she is quite ambitious. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she doesn't handle stress well. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the ones that come to pass, and she is slow to trust others. She is quick to anger, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She idly chews her lips when she's bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors, only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Welcome to the fort. But yeah, no, if I was using text will be text, you'd be able to see the bottom of this stuff from here. This is not running text will be text. And the only reason we're getting frame lag is because of the channeling that's going on, because channeling causes frame lag. A stray dingo has forgotten her training. Well, I guess we should retrain our stray dingo now, shouldn't we? Yeah, no, I'm using a customized version of Cruxmash's tile set. It has different walls, different dwarves, the classic N instead of the spooky ghosts. I use this tile set because there's a lot of people that watch Cruxmash videos and then come over to Twitch looking for Dwarf Fortress, and then immediately are like, yay, it's something I kind of recognize, because I just saw a video of this. So, also that no-clip video as well. Basically, that's why I'm using it, is because it's kind of the most common filming tile set out there. I like that there's just cardinals everywhere here. God, I hope that we get ponies. I mean, it's just easier for me to explain this. Like, I don't need to tell you what a bed looks like, you know? I can just be like, yeah, that's a wall. That's a Those are workshops down there. Doesn't matter what they are. You don't need to know it. Those are tables. There's some instruments in there. A human is the U. The D's are dogs. The brown D's are dogs, anyway. It's a lot more immediately recognizable as to the basics of what's what. There is screenshots floating around of this one bloke who uses text will be text and Krug smashes tile set, and it's pretty looking. Okay, so we got one more layer to drop down out here. And then I think I'm going to build a little pen on this upper layer. Yeah, but to most people, that's a weird circle with a dot in the middle. Not a bed, you know? Beds here look like a bed. Also, to anybody who is tuning in for the first time on this fortress today, the goal for this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. Axon, the chief medical dwarf, has given birth to a boy. You have another boy in the fort. You want to be a boy in the fort? Raise your hand if you would like to be a baby boy in the fort. We're trying to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years. We're on year 29. We started on year 5. We're getting there. Wave thrash. The son of Lump and Axon, who was born today, which makes him very, very young indeed. He has next to no empathy. Well, yeah, he's a baby. He personally finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time, does not care about family one way or another, and does not care about fairness, and dreams of creating a great work of art, is confident under pressure, very stubborn, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. Tends to consider what others think of him, and occasionally overindulges. He often takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and has little interest in joking around and needs alcohol to get through the working day. How long? Okay, so based on my research, on average, forts last about 15 years in game-ish at most. Like 20 to 30 is kind of on the long end, and you don't hear about that very much. Most people kind of drop a fort after the first couple of years. The longest heavily documented fort is a fort that lasted for 470 years. Scrumpet Sheep, thanks for the raid. How are the dwarfs today? I saw that you were streaming earlier. You guys don't know Scrumpet. Scrumpet is a sheep who streams dwarfs. And is a dwarf in this fort. Was here earlier. You should go give Scrumpet a follow. Go support another dwarf streamer. There's not enough of us. Hey, Nervicious. Thanks, Two Stripes. What's up? For the follow. Can neither confirm good or bad, perhaps chaotic evil. More investigation is required, in my opinion, Two Stripes. LNP version and DF hack plugin for the range limits, but items don't seem to work. You've tried double control and what else do you need to turn on? Yeah, you'd have to ask somebody in chat because I don't use LNP or DF hack. And also, I have no idea what you're referring to. Keep 5 to 10 of this item. Like, are you talking about, like, auto disposal? I'm pretty sure that's a DF hack thing. Watch. So I'm turning this into my hospital. So hopefully if accidents happen where people fall into the bottom of the pit again, I can just, you know, have all this stuff down here ready to go and ready to help them. Excuse me. Because, like, the game just has the manager built in, which is just, like, set conditions for items, hit Q, type in the item you want them to work on, and if they have the stuff that's necessary for it, they'll just go make it. Like, empty ones? I mean, I just do that because I know how many barrels I have. Not everybody does things the way I do them. Very few people do it the way I do them. Put that glass box in there. Cage, not a container. Can only assume with bins. I mean, I wouldn't know how to do that because I don't do that. I mean, you use minecarts and quantum stockpiling, right, Quatch? See, I do that manually because I know how much my dwarves are producing. I wouldn't complicate it by using extra plugins, but unless you're trying to create a truly self-sufficient fort that just operates. Without any, like, input from you. Do you just, like, let them... Like, let all this stuff just sit? Or something? Like, in the actual, manufacturing rooms? Or workshops? Because you could totally just do that. But you do get the cluttered debuff if they get cluttered, which can be kind of annoying. Have to load the game to get the condition right? Huh. Doesn't matter. I mean, so have I. I try not to, because I like having the stockpiles. But I know lots of people don't like them. So technically you do use quantum stockpiling, you just have natural quantum stockpiling without mechanically doing it. I don't know, for some reason I always thought you did it the way Cupo does with the minecart quantum stockpiling. I mean, DF is like 80% role-playing anyway, so... It'll be nice having this thing done. God damn buzzards again. You're way too lazy to do that? Yeah, I understand. We'll see you later, animal. You have a good night's sleep, man. I read that as Bobette, and I freaked out for a second there. I was like, how did you travel from one world to another? But yeah, you have a good night's sleep, animal. And have a good day at school whenever you go to school next, animal. Hollow Knight, you have beautiful music. No interest in playing you, but you've got beautiful music. I wish these buzzards would kindly sod off. On himself, all like 20-something spears he has. Fucking crazy skunk monsters. Sure, Quatch. But you have a good dinner. Bum 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 bum. I can't wait until this is done being dug. Then I can actually like start working on the fortress because like I've been working on this goddamn pit for so long. It's taken me 10 streams to get this pit done. 10 streams. Although I'm quite proud of it. There's a spot over here with 2 trees that need to be cut down. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how this fort looks. Just this giant hole in the ground. Shh, stone. Shh. The elves don't need to know. Yep. No, I haven't played. I literally just said I have no interest in playing Hollow Knight. But beautiful music. Absolutely no interest in Hollow Knight. You'd be hard-pressed to find a game I had less interest in fact, I would say. I mean, I probably could have done it more optimally, and I could have done it faster if I had more dwarves, but it's going to take me another 10 streams to get rid of all of these bloody rocks. I also have no interest in playing Shovel Knight. Yeah, the reason I have no interest in Hollow Knight is it's a game with a lot of backtracking. I hate one thing more than literally anything else in any video game. Backtracking. Especially on a 2D plane. Like, I'm fine with, like, open environments where it's, like, kind of go anywhere you want. That's fine. But when it's, like, this area is locked behind a wall. Come back here later when you have X ability, and then you can go through that wall. It's, like, the equivalent of just... Ugh, I hate it. I get so bored. So, like, the whole Metroidvania subgenre is just lost on me. Yep. Mm-hmm. Like, the entire conceit for the genre is just not for me. Although I won't go telling you that they're terrible games. I fully respect the, like, style of game, and I understand that a lot of people love them. I just have no desire to ever play one. Nope. I'm out. Just don't care. I think, like, for me, I love platformers. But I love platformers where I start on one side of the screen and I have to get to the other side of the screen. If you tell me to go up, down, left, right, all and about, and find a map and do a thing, it's like... God. I'm overreacting? How so? I have an opinion of disliking a thing. How's that overreacting? And I've disliked every single game in that subgenre I've ever played. And I've played multiple games from the Metroid series, including the original Super Metroid and the one on the Game Boy Advance. I played Metroid Fusion. I played 2 different Castlevania games. I've played other indie games that fit into that subgenre, and I've found every single one of them to be painfully boring, frustrating, annoying, and tiresome. So you can tell me that I'm overreacting, but if you're somebody who doesn't like turn-based RPGs, then any game that has turn-based RPG mechanics is going to be something that you're, by default, going to dislike. Donkey, who's a very popular YouTuber, said this really well in one of his videos, and that's, if there is a game with turn-based RPG mechanics, most commonly seen in JRPGs, he's going to hate it. Because he finds turn-based RPGs to be mind-numbingly dull. I'm kind of the same way. I generally don't like turn-based RPGs. I can acknowledge that they're very good games, but I don't like them. I don't like platformers that have open environments and backtracking. I don't. I never have. I probably never will. It's not overreacting, it's just I don't like that thing. And I am totally entitled to not like that thing. Overreacting would be me getting mad at other people for liking the thing. You can like the thing. I just have no interest in playing it. I like the music, though. I know lots of people who don't like XCOM style games. Here's the thing. I love roguelikes. Which are turn-based, top-down RPGs. I love tactics games. I don't like the JRPG style. You have 5 guys, they have 5 guys, pick ability, tell them who to attack. It's just boring. I don't find that style of combat engaging. To me, that entire genre is all backtracking. So you can argue semantics if you like, but that one feature of that subgenre ruins it for me. It can have any backtracking and I'm already done. I've literally quit playing games because there's one level where you need to retrace your steps. So you can argue semantics if you want and say that I'm overreacting, but I've seen streams of it. There is more than enough backtracking in that game that I would find it immensely boring and frustrating. You don't like FPS games like Call of Duty, especially the multiplayer parts of those games? Yeah, that's fair. I like a big bombastic cutscene. I just don't like console-focused shooters, which are unfortunately most shooters. I love all these dead birds. All these dead buzzards that my military keep killing. It's funny. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, I don't like... Oh, I'm trying to think of something silly. I don't like ice cream cake. I think it's dumb. Just give me ice cream. Ice cream cake is lame. Right? I'd rather have a cake or ice cream. I don't want an ice cream cake. It doesn't matter if it is the best ice cream cake ever created. I still won't particularly like it because it's still ice cream cake. I've never liked ice cream cake. It doesn't matter how good it is. I'm not going to like it. I don't like ketchup. I think ketchup's disgusting. You could give me the greatest dish ever created. Like, statistically, the tastiest food ever created. If it has ketchup in it, I won't like it. It's disgusting.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
But just because I dislike something doesn't mean you're not allowed to like it. You can absolutely like it. You can enjoy it. You can play it. You can have all the fun with it you want. I hate backtracking in video games. You make me backtrack, I'm out. I don't care. I don't want to play your game anymore. Like, I really, really, really enjoyed the idea for the game Carrion. The literal second I realized there was some backtracking in that game, I just basically alt F4 and quit that game. Fuck that stupid game. Terrible video game. Oreo is great. Ice cream is great. Ice cream cakes are... I'd rather have ice cream or a cake. I don't want an ice cream cake. Oh, you poor eggs. They don't deserve that kind of abuse. I'd apologize to them sometime. Sheesh. I'm not going to comment on that one, Squug. No, all ketchup is bad. You can like it. All ketchup is bad. Salsa's fine. Salsa and egg, sure. If it's a dish that requires salsa, certainly. Salsa's not ketchup though. I'm also totally fine with tomato sauce and eggs. But those aren't the same thing. Ketchup is like 80% sugar. Even good ketchup is just sugar and tomato paste. Like, make a good red sauce. Don't fucking do that. It's gross. One of the most satisfying things I did when my ex left me was I threw a bottle of ketchup in the dumpster. So I knew I was never going to eat it. It's for people who don't have taste buds. Hi, Cobb. They need everything to just be spice. Otherwise, they don't taste anything. It's the I'd rather feel pain than nothing at all problem. It's like, well, of course I'm going to keep stabbing my eyes because I need to feel something. And then I sit here and go, calm down, 3 Days Grace. I listened to you when I was 12. I grew up from that. Like, in my experience, people that put spicy shit on literally everything have very, like, destroyed taste buds. Heinz. Which was the ketchup that ruined all ketchups for me. Some chip shop red sauce? What? Some chip shop's red sauce. That's one of the most British things I've ever read. I like a little bit of spicy. A little bit of spicy is good. Right? But so's a little bit of burn when you work out. So's a little bit of pain the next day after a hike. A little bit of spicy's good. Gotta keep life interesting. But if you're putting spice on literally fucking everything, please stop. Don't put that spicy sauce in your water. Stop putting the spicy sauce in your coffee. You need sleep. You've been studying for that test for the last 72 hours and you haven't slept. Stop putting that in your coffee and go to bed. I've had many fancy ketchups. Trust me, I've tried. It all just tastes the same to me. I've tried so many different kinds of ketchup. It's still just, it makes my throat curdle with this fucking disgusting stench that it brings. I hate it. I can't stand it. It started with Heinz ketchup. Supposedly when I was way younger, I loved ketchup. According to my mother, when I was like pre 5 years old, when I was a small child. But the older I got, the more I hated it. A dingo has reverted to a wild state. Well, nothing of value has changed. They'll retame it. It hurt both ways. I love Thai spice. See, there's like two different types of spice, right? There's the spice that kind of like goes up through your nose, and then which is kind of like the very North American like hot sauce spice, and then there's like Korean spice, which just like burns. Actually, I much prefer like Asian spices, the stuff that just kind of sits at the back of your throat that you can't really breathe through. You do what makes you happy, Demoa. You do what makes you happy. You know, it's really funny. When there's people that discover that I dislike something, there's two kinds of people in the world. There's people that go, okay. And then there's people that talk nonstop about how great that thing is. No, I'm just saying. Doesn't matter if it's a joke or not. It's just a comment. Is this like a Who's Bad by Michael Jackson situation? See, here's the thing. I have strong opinions, but in reality, my opinions are nowhere near as strong as I give the impression of. The reason my opinions are strong is because I'm an entertainer that needs to be entertaining in order to eat, so... Yeah, that's what started this whole conversation, I think. Because I'm not funny. I've learned this over the years. So what do I have on my side that makes me stand out from other streamers? Well, let's see. I'm skinny. I'm white. I'm a dude. So I'm about the most generic fucking shit you could get on Twitch. The only thing that would make me more generic is if I had a full-on beard. Instead, I'm just kind of like unshaven. It's like, what do I really have to make me stand out? I need a sharp fucking nippy personality that sticks me into people's brains so that they remember. Actually, I could play Fortnite. That would make me more generic. And then just like get so mad I break keyboards and shit. Although technically, like I've said many times in the past, a ghostly dwarven child is raised from the dead. Okay, well, that's a problem. Like I've said many times in the past, Minecraft was inspired by a game called Infiniminer. Infiniminer was a battle game made by Zachtronics that was inspired by the building and map generation of one Dwarf Fortress. Notch also took some inspirations from Dwarf Fortress, citing it to being one of his favorite games of all time, hence why he made an Infiniminer clone, which later became Minecraft. And this little company, indie company, small, you may have heard of them, called Epic Games, made a Minecraft clone called Fortnite, which then later became kind of this weird tower defense build-based thingy. Kind of inspired by Minecraft, except with more colorful characters. And unfortunately, it was a kind of a failure in their eyes, so they quickly pivoted and changed it from a Minecraft clone into this thing called a Battle Royale game, which is now the biggest game in the world. So Fortnite is Dwarf Fortress's fault. Metroid, thank you very much for the 6 months. The 3rd month streak. Cheers, dude. It's good to have you back. Cheers. What if it's like get challenged by a keyboard manufacturer to break their unbreakable keyboard, and then you just like slam your head into this keyboard and your forehead starts bleeding, and then Twitch bans you for self-mutilation. Oh wait, that actually happened. Imagine! I think someone got a new speaker. I hear coming from up there somewhere. How about for Fortnite until they release BR? I could care less about Fortnite in general. But you know what I do care about? The fact that we just hit Galena, I think? Yeah! I'm excited now. That's good. We have silver. And lead. Two other people in this chat probably get that reference. Bump. You know what I don't give a shit about? Audio tapes and visual drawings. How you doing, Ryan? Doing alright. Something something beer. Something something random article Blind read about that afternoon. Something something music they've been listening to. Something something. You should listen to my podcast. It's pretty good. It's got a dumb long name like everything I do. Audio tapes and visual drugs on a Spotify or Podbean near you. It's really, really nice for, yeah, dumping it on the elves in the form of crafts. Did anybody see that screenshot on Reddit a little while ago? That was a dwarf wearing like 1 billion lead rings. It was like, I was wondering why my chief medical dwarf was suddenly so slowly. But my bullshit aside, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Here, are we on 29? I've seen this GIF before. This is an old GIF. Yep, pretty much. I like that the guy doesn't have a mouse. I never noticed that about that GIF before. Playing games entirely on a keyboard. It's an old GIF. Wearing 5 bone crowns? Only 5? Underachiever. Like, actually, I wonder how many crowns. Like, let's just select a random dwarf who's been in the fort for a while. Eric. You need a new vest. 1, 2, 3. 3 amulets. Partly in midair. It's a really big pit. It's a really big hole. Really big hole with a fort at the bottom. Hence all the rocks that we're slowly working our way through. crutches. Soap. Need more soap. Did I dig all of that? How else would there be a really big hole in the ground? But yes, I dug all of that. All by myself, with my hands, in fact. Yeah, it took 10 streams. We only just finished the hole. And this is technically the 10th stream of this fort. So yeah, we've been here a little bit. Do 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 do. So World Gen do some weird things sometimes? Yeah, World Gen does do some weird things sometimes. Cooler, how are you doing? You were dejected when caught in the rain. You saw Morden die. Fair enough. You were forced to endure the decaying of a friend. I wonder who that friend was. Well, it wasn't Stone. Stone's still alive. Who's now 16 years old. Who was close friends with Kvotch. No. Oh, no. Well, that's who it was. Speaking of Stone, kindred spirits with a few people. I wonder how our new expedition leader is doing. Very hard job to be put on a dwarf. Felt empathy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen, satisfied upon producing a masterwork. What do you like? You like bucklers and tetrahedra. Thanks, Balinor and Metroid. Game is saving. What season it is? And we need logs. All right, well, what the fuck happened to all my woodcutters and carpenters? Somebody want to go hack down a tree for me? It's not that Oh, I know what happened. They're all too busy pretending to be soldiers. That's what happened. Yeah, Stone the sequel. Firstborn of Longdeath. Not the first child in Longdeath, though. That would be, Ford guy. Who unfortunately got expelled. Speaking of, depressed dwarves, though. How's the great Padinsky doing? Still just fine. Are you just, like, completely impervious to the effects of stress now? Untroubled by unmet needs. Absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, often inflamed by hatred and develops hatred towards things. Is a nervous wreck, is very quick to anger, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Beers in chat, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's an oddball one. Also, congratulations, Aegis. You grew up to be an adult. And now the time of you really being a dwarf begins. This is such a puzzling dwarf. So for those of you who didn't see the beginning of this fort, this dwarf got super goddamn depressed, was a big old flashing red down arrow for a good long while there, and was haggard due to the stresses placed on him, which is like one of the most far gone mental states you can have. And then went to prison and did a prison sentence and came out with no depression whatsoever. And has been totally fine since. It's bonkers. I've never seen that happen to a dwarf before. Apparently they do, yeah. Apparently they do. Like, I think I should make more nicer prison cells, in fact. Also queue up these as more bedrooms, just in case a dwarf wants to claim one down here. Therapy was provided in prison. Therapy in the form of beating. Be happy or I punch your face in! It looks like the dwarves have shown up ready to trade again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot of wagons. 6 wagons. 6 wagons. So many beautiful creatures here to trade stuffs with us. Welcome back, Vach. Man, you missed so many dumb conversations. Standard my stream of fare, but... God. See, this is why I use bins, is because transferring sellable items like this is just quicker.
This is madness! Madness.
This is hobo. Yeet. Hi, hobo. How is you do on this fine day? Gym was fun. Good to hear. We're getting attacked by giant great horned owls. Also, I think evening game for today will be some Stalker. Feeling some Stalker, I'm not gonna lie. Also, I started putting those VODs up on YouTube, so I should probably just like kind of power game that. Get through it. My name is Mistum. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Ask for some leathers. I don't need to ask for pigtail. Silk, because we're never actually going to see silk. Unless, like, spouters decide to start sewing webs upstairs. I do have a rooster, so I guess I should ask for hens. Maybe a few ganders as well, because I already have some geese. Yeah, I'll do. We finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Here's what we were willing to offer you for your crafts dwarfship. We finalized the export agreement. Look forward to our meeting next year. Dwarf, our fortunes rise and fall together. All right, let's see if there's anything new in the news. Looks like we're still invading the goblins down here. Ooh, the goblins have spread a little bit. There's more. Human towns appear to be the same size, although we haven't heard any news or rumors from them in a while. Dwarves appear still the same size. Looks like the elves haven't really done any expanding. Although, I don't recall seeing this. The Society of Jails. Stone, did you know that you have a whole civilization? The Realms of Stone. The human hamlet of Jawright. Of the Society of Jails. Also, just so that you guys know, if you didn't catch it from the Today in DF video, this whole peninsula is very, especially the Secretive Hills, is very heavily populated with kobolds. Like, holy tits. This whole area is just packed with them. Remember, but yeah, no, I'm glad that you like them, and your likes of them are now confirmed, written in history. Here come all of those dumb mudstone crafts. All right. Oh, also, Hobo, I have a very important question for you since you weren't here earlier. Let me know when you have a second to answer a very important question. What the heck do you call a baby unicorn? Because we have a male unicorn and a female unicorn right here that we bought off the elves. So what the heck is a baby unicorn called? Also, nice number of hours. Eleanor? I found an Ask Reddit thread. And my favorite one is a punicorn. That's my favorite one that I got out of it. I don't know. I'm not a brony, so. Anyway, punicorn is probably my favorite. It's still glue. Wait, glue? Is unicorn like a brand of glue or something? Is this like a gorilla tape thing? Also, if you haven't seen it, the video that I was referring to be this one that I just put into the chat. It's a few minutes about 2 kobolds in this map. And I swear to God, if I ever see another Manscaped ad, I'm gonna cry. So fucking tired of seeing those stupid ads. Like, to the point where, like, I feel bad. I should set a Patreon goal to just remove monetization from the Today in DF videos so you guys don't need to see that shit. Doesn't disgust me, but god damn, it's annoying. Time-lapse of world events. The problem is I don't have any of that set up. But I probably can and hopefully will do a kind of a talk through of the history of events. Because you can get most of that stuff from the in-game history. There's a gander. I don't need a gander. There's a rooster. Do you have any hens? Nope. Oh. I didn't know that. Ty Cobb. Oh, Billionaire, thanks for the host. Which didn't put that anywhere. Thank you. It didn't pop up in the chat. What the? Okay. I guess Twitch doesn't want me to see hosts anymore. That's cool. But how was Crusader Kings 3 effective immediately? I don't know. It was the only thing that could rhyme with Crusader Kings 3 that I could think of. Keep razors away from your genitalia. That goes for everyone. I mean, I'm not judging people if they want to shave their genitalia, but what I will say is I don't want to see ads about shaving my nuts and then getting shamed by ads about shaving my nuts. That's just kind of annoying. Fucking tired of it, man. That's, yeah, that is confusing. Did you then go home and celebrate Christmas? Are you still the Witch King of Finland? Because that's all that I really caught. That's good to know. I'm glad some things don't change. I have a couple rocks, Bellinaire. Just a couple. And we're trying to turn them all into crafts and give them away en masse to the dwarven factions around us. That's good. I'm glad that your conquests as the Witch King are successful. Yeah, huh? I'm still fucking tired of seeing ads for it. I'm just glad I don't get any ads for feminine hygiene products now that I don't live with a lady. Those were getting real old. It's like the one bonus of being single is I don't see that shit anymore. Now I just get Manscaped ads all the time. That and like really shitty dating advice ads. Speaking of taking over the universe, did you see Kiri taking over the universe this morning, Belliner? Got rated by Etal and Burke Black. Like, holy shit. Just, oh, I can't give you the meat barrels as gifts? Okay, that's fine. But I'm glad that you're still enjoying CK3. No, see, here's the thing, right? She had hair that was this long. And, well... let me just do my best grudge impression. Yeah, so it's me that puts the hair in the shower. Yeah, that's my fault, generally. It just kind of hides with the black background. Also, the game paused for some reason, and I didn't see what it was. Me that paused it? I don't recall hitting spacebar. Yep, me that paused it. You wish you still had a main? Everybody in my extended family on both sides still have all of their hair. So, fingers crossed, I'll keep it. Yeah, I haven't cut my hair since 2014. If you go to my YouTube channel and search by oldest, there's a few VODs of me looking like a scrawny, unhealthily skinny, coffee ingesting night shift worker that I was. Now I just look like a idiot. You should have done the Devin Townsend strapping young lad era thing. A good picture of him when he was in strapping young lad. Yeah, this. You should have done this. Gone that route. Yeah. I mean, now he looks like this, and he looks like a badass, but... It's maybe one of my favorite heavy metal rocker haircuts. It's fucking terrible, but it's so good. Even he agrees it was fucking terrible. But he made it work somehow. God knows how, but he did. You should look him up, though, if you've never heard Devin Townsend. Devin Townsend has some amazing vocals. Absolutely wonderful singing voice. Okay, Gimper. What's the question for all y'all big brain dwarfs? And also, the term is big beard. Thank you. Having no hair? Yeah, I think I'm kind of with you there. Hold on, I need to watch this. I'm curious about how well it picked up. Yeah. Yep. Sure. that hit me. You know, I'm going to do something I almost never do. This is something you'll almost never see me do in Dwarf Fortress. No, I'm not atom smashing. I'm moving all of the iron ore into a 2-tile square right in there because I'm just... It's taking me long enough to get rid of the stone, let alone also having to get rid of all of the iron ore out here. Although I don't actually have enough dwarves to do those jobs, so it's gonna take a little while. Quantum stick poils, indeed. Let's just pause all my crafts industries. How do I stop a ghost from haunting your pub? You made slabs, but you don't know what to do. You have to build the slabs. Alt S, place the slab. You have to build the slab, engrave the name of the dwarfs from the slab in a craft store shop. So A, Alt S, and then pick the dwarf that you wish to engrave. Engrave it with a dwarf. You have to do it on craft store shops, and you need, I think it's engravers that do it. It's either that or stone crafters. I'm actually not entirely certain. It's one of those two jobs. And yeah, then they just do it. Yes, they will just go select a random built slab, and they will cancel the job if there are no blank slabs built. So if there are no slabs built, they will cancel the job. Best of luck. Can never remember the key for farmers' workshops. Seeing a few dwarves dumping, which is what I need them to do. But there's so many jobs that need to get done, and I've got so few dwarves. Or you could just call the ghost in the tavern a mascot and just leave him there. I don't think the dwarves will mind. They'll just be terrified being haunted by the dead forever and ever until the ghost gets particularly malevolent and throws a table at somebody and it decapitates them, and you watch them run away and their entrails drag behind them. Happened to me once. True story. I watched a ghost pick up a table that had been toppled by someone who tantrumed and chucked it at another dwarf, and it literally sliced his gut open and his intestines fell out. So everyone can have ludicrous beards? Oh, luscious beards. Ah, okay. I was like, ludicrous. Ludicrous? Halloween for it? Yeah, spooktacular. I don't know. I can't do that because to me, my visual headcanon is kind of that of Krug Smash, where lady dwarves don't have beards, so it just doesn't work for me. I never really imagined them with beards ever, but the Krug Smash art kind of cemented that for me. A bad case of the insides and the outside. Yeah, I can't wait until the Steam version comes out and I get to see entrails for the first time because you don't see that very often. I will accept both as a non-styled beard individual. I don't know what you mean. Polluted by the artistic talents of others? Well, the way I see it is if you need to edit the raws of something in order for them to have beards, then that's not how the artist intended. And I'm not the biggest fan of Tolkien, and it's a thing based on a Tolkien quote or a line from a Tolkien book. And you can blame my general dislike of Tolkien on the recent Hobbit films. So it kind of sullied all that for me. So for me, I don't know. To be fair, the two words look almost identical. Luscious and ludicrous. One just has a pesky D in there. I don't know. I dislike having this discussion because I feel like it's pointless and doesn't really go anywhere. It's just kind of like you like your dwarves to have beards, okay? And I don't care. I like my lady dwarves to not have beards. Thought it was dumb when it was a Tolkien quote. Like, just let me have my dwarves the way I have my dwarves, and you're free to have your dwarves the way you have your dwarves. As all of that iron ore comes in. It's gonna take so long to haul all of that. There's like 2,000 plus of it. It is getting slightly thinner though. Hey, at least you don't need to smoke when you go outside. You can just go outside and inhale deeply. Although, trust me, we're getting the same fucking trash fire up here in Vancouver, BC. Like, I went outside yesterday and there was ash falling from the sky, and I was like, well, fuck. It's like half our own fault, half California's fault. Like, I feel like I've been chain smoking, and I don't smoke anything. I vaporize weed, but that doesn't quite count. It's not technically combustion, so it's not technically smoke. It's convection. But, I digress. There's a line in The Hobbit about that. PCX. Might also be a Pratchett line. It felt like getting mace. So you know how we were talking earlier about how there's people who have taste buds and then there's people who like super spicy to the point of pain food? Yeah, that. There's just an endless supply of kindling. Yeah, yes. I mean, that's the way that forests are supposed to naturally operate. And clearing forests just kind of exacerbates the problem. But You like both? I mean, fair. It's just funny because it was a conversation we were having earlier, Bellinger. Bellinaire idea of spicy is about as much spice as I eat in maybe a year, except Bellinaire puts it in a bowl of soup. For the absurdity. Yeah, and I've never read any Pratchett, I'll be completely honest. Not that I'm aware of. Please don't tell me to read Pratchett. I don't have enough time to read the things that I want to read. I'll just wait until I go blind, then I'll have plenty of time to read. Well, completely blind. I got like 9 years. Or 3 if my lenses fail. Give or take. Bellinaire is just interested in pain in general. Game just crashed. I've been having kind of a lot of crashes recently. It's strange. I've got way too many fucking objects in this map right now. I don't think I lost any time at all. Because the game, like, just saved, so... The only spice that I really like to the point that hurts is kimchi. I like fucking mega spicy kimchi. I want to be crying with my nose running by the time I'm done kimchi, and I want it to hurt the next morning. I like spicy ass kimchi. That's about it. Every other kind of spice is like mild, please. Keep it mild. Kimchi, I want to be throwing up within an hour, or it's not spicy enough. Someone just ran outside and blood appeared on the ground. Someone must have had blood on their clothes. Holy fucking puppies. Who let those in here? You know, I think that the whole... Pratchett / Tolkien thing is kind of just a what were you raised on? What did you read when you were growing up? The image in your head. Frame rate's fine. If I get a second crash, I will forbid half of them. Just kind of do a mass undump or something. Actually, here. Go that route. What did you try? Oh, to invest. 12 minutes and 5 seconds. 22k channel points. Almost halfway to watching an ad. I might remove that one. Because it doesn't actually make me money. It just kind of annoys a few people. I don't know. I think that the first one that I added is maybe the best thing I've added in a while. First person to remember to click first. You could get a free duck on the record right at the beginning, though. Pretty quality. The first one made you lol. The best part is it gives you a weird number of channel points. So if you're one of those people that's annoyed by weird numbers. What's the duck one? You can put, if you arrive at the beginning of the stream when I'm playing records, you can pick one duck for free. Normally they cost $2.50. So it's $2.50 in bits or tips. And I'll put a duck on the record player for any letter of the alphabet. What letter you want, and I'll put it on the record. And you can get a free duck at the beginning of the stream. It can only be used once. That's all it is. It's just silly. Much better than making me play an ad. One of my favorite channel point redemptions is my cousin who has a invisibility cloak, and he has a green screen. And it just makes him get up and go put on a perfectly green shirt. So he's a floating head instead of like head and torso on a green screen. Yeah. First resets once per stream, so only one person can use it once per stream. Today it took 10 minutes for somebody to use it. Floating head. It's sort of like Kiri's Make the Chair take over, where she just shuts her cam off and turns on a like a JPEG of a chair. Which is pretty funny. I wonder if it would be possible to do like a play a random sound, because I have like the sub sounds, right? But what if there was like, I don't know, 5,000 channel points to play a random sound on the stream? I wonder if that could be done. Be interesting. So people that don't want to give me money on Patreon or sub at tier 2, which is understandable because it gets expensive. Probably is, yeah. But then it would kind of also undermine my business model, so probably bad idea. Shouldn't do. Exactly. Honk. I mean, you know, I gotta pay my bills, and I try and pay my bills while doing as few sponsorships as possible, so. One could say a honking good time. No, I mean, the channel points thing are... Well, channel points are not worth anything, right? And it's not really... They're not from third parties. They're from Twitch directly. I mean, there's the tickets thing, which is just my bot. I guess that's a third party, but... No, the channel points are literally just at the bottom of the chat window. You earn them by watching the streams. And are they worth anything? Fuck no. But the streamer can, like, set up things to integrate with bots to do stuff. So, I mean, I have a thing that you can chuck channel points to make me go away for a day. I generally take only 1 day a week off. But whenever the community kind of collaboratively throws 1 million channel points into a bucket, I will fuck off for a day. And you'll have one less day of streams, so I don't know why anybody would do that. But I get to sleep, and that's nice, because this is my full-time gig. Oh no, with business model, I stream full-time for a living. My business model is I sell sound commands on Patreon. That's my business model. So, like, obviously there's all the bits and subs and all that crud and YouTube ad revenue, sort of. But the business model thing that I'm talking about is $10 a month subscription on Twitch, or is $7 a month on Patreon. Gets you access to these, and then you can, like, make Tarn Adams make blobble sounds with his mouth, or an anime man go, or like a horror sound go, if you want. And that's how I make a living, kind of. Well, it's a large portion of my living. And for $25 a month, you can get a custom one and be like Hobo and be super cool. Because you think everyone deserves days off work? Yeah, well. No, that's Hobo only.
Are you man enough for all
It's always
this fucking tea?
Wait for it. And then Cooler has that because he draws all the art for me, so it's... I just let him have it. Cooler's special. But yeah, no, this is my full-time gig. I stream full-time. So one could say I play Dwarf Fortress for a living. It was funny when I was initially talking about this fortress and the idea behind this fortress and making a fortress that lasts for 1,000 years. We were doing the math on how long it would take. Someone on Reddit was just like, man, playing Dwarf Fortress is a full-time job. That would suck. Because that's literally a full-time job worth of hours. I'm like, well, too late. Already did that. Beach, do it. Yeah, professional forter. And amateur audiophile. Guilty as charged. God, it's taken so long to get rid of these stupid fucking ores. I should just minecart these. Although they are getting a little thinner. Parn looked kind of shocked when I told him that at PAX, to be honest. Yeah, you are special. I mean, last I checked, you're not paying me $25 a month for that sound command. Hey, Jaden. How we do? But that's because I pay you for artwork. Like those amazing dwarf emotes that everybody loves so much. And all of the sub badges that they have. And, you know, all of my thumbnails for YouTube and those amazing kobolds that you drew. So what's happening? I'm trying to get rid of all of this fucking iron ore. So I'm trying to quantum stockpile it, and it's taking years. Quite literally. It's okay, though. Most of the dwarves are dumping. It would have been much more efficient to do it with minecarts, but eh. But I'd still have to haul them to the minecart, so doesn't really matter either way. Just trying to get rid of all of this iron ore. Quite literally, yeah. We dug a big hole, and now we get to live in it. Welcome to Dwarf Fort. Good thing there's plenty of alcohol, because we're going to need it. You made this a little less spicy than it should have been, and holy, this is already spicy. So what you're saying is it's perfect and you love it. Because that's good. At some point I'm going to need to get water up here, and this is going to be where we're going to keep the livestock. All right, so the stuff up here. Let's remove dump from up here. So they're not running in and out through that stupid little doorway. I'm just trying to get the lower levels sorted.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we the blin?
I'm waiting, Gimper. Oh yeah, no, it's totally open. So if there's a flying, fire-breathing thing, we're fucked. Totally open, currently. Yeah. That's why there's the different shades of white, because that's snow coming from the outside. I am kind of planning on having like an intricate set of tunnels underneath it, but I'm kind of worrying about these boulders first. And just kind of, you know, hoping that, you know, no rocks show up. We'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, that's why there's so much stone everywhere. How's your day been, Ryan? How's things? How's stuffs? I'm like low-key, Ryan, way too excited. Way too excited to hear the Shift F1 episode about this past Sunday's race. God damn, it was good. Aerodynamic cans. Well, if you're buying them on Amazon, your friend here has a link that you could give me 0.001% or whatever the fuck Amazon's cut is now. I've been trying really hard to not pull the trigger on a subwoofer all week. Somebody tell me to not buy a subwoofer. I need you guys to convince me to not buy a subwoofer. Only $249, and they ship in 3 days. I really want a subwoofer. It's because I want the fuck the neighbors button to actually be a fuck the neighbors button instead of just a eh. Just use your Nito headphones. Oh, they're pretty great. But they have a cable on them. And I can't cook while wearing them. Cable's not long enough. I guess I could just get a longer cable, but... after they left CBS. Yep. Nope. Shift F1 still very much. I think they restarted in 2017. But I just missed Drew more than anything from when he left the Giant Bombcast, and Cloth Map wasn't enough Drew in my life. For those of you who don't know Drew Scanlon, he is blinking surprised man gif that everybody sees on the internet. Yeah. Surprised blinking man meme. This bloke. Surprised blinking man. Drew and Dave made that site for you? Yeah. There's a lot of people I miss from the site. It's weird to me that Dan Reichert no longer works at Giant Bomb, but... Squug is depressed? Huh. I guess watching a child get their head caved in by your hatchet was enough. Yeah. He left in January of this year and got a job working in pro wrestling and was unemployed in 3 months. And now I think works for G4's reincarnation. So he's like gone full fucking circle. Because apparently G4 has been reincarnated for some reason. 5. Jack Turner. The elves have arrived once again. We're on year 30. No, I don't think he burnt any bridges. He, like, knowingly quit, but he got unemployed because what happens when there's a global pandemic to a live show-based industry when you're not working for the WWE? Everybody gets fired. Yeah, and the pro wrestling industry is not exactly known for having brilliant... Oh, to go back to G4 instead of Giant Bomb? Probably just got offered more money, frankly. Dan Reichert is an interesting fellow, but he's not, like... not the greatest when it comes to journalism, so frankly, nothing valued, nothing lost. That being said... they've hired a few people in recent years that I'm not super fond of, to the point where I actually stopped listening to one of their podcasts. Okay, so many people who watch my stream will probably after a while start to realize I'm a bit of a gatekeeping elitist. It's a problem. I know that. But when I'm listening to a podcast with somebody getting paid a decent salary to make videos about video games on a video game website, and they don't know shit about what they're talking about and start spewing out incorrect information, I get salty. Yeah, just a little bit. So yeah. Then when I see that or hear that on a podcast, I get mad. Which I think is kind of fair. And they've hired 1 or 2 people like that over the past couple of years. But aside from that, the main line Giant Bombcast is still fucking brilliant. We're awful? What? Okay, I wouldn't say all of them are awful. Because I think Jeff Gersman is a fucking incredible person. I really like their newest hire. He, kind of like their audio engineer guy. He used to work on the set of everybody's favorite Mythbusters. He's got lots of fun stories. Yeah. Oh, we have the same opinion then, Tycom. Yeah, I just stopped listening to the Eastcast because of Abby. There's few things in life that are worse than comedians who aren't funny that think they're hilarious. Although, that being said, I miss Austin, which is why I listen to Vice games, because I miss Austin. I don't know who that is. Cooler. Or not Cooler, Gimper. Sure, Ryan. Did they bring me any more unicorns? Also just dawned on me, we haven't had a single artifact today. Nope. It didn't bring me any fun animals. I'm sad. So instead, I will trade all of that for a bucket. Trade. Take it all. Go away. Not for what I'm trying to do. I think at this point, I like the entire giant beastcast side of things, or giant bombcast side of things. Don't really care for the beastcast in particular. Although, fucking miss Alex. Because me and Alex have like the exact same taste in music. So whenever he talked about music, it always made me happy. But no, Alex is still there. He's just on the Beastcast with Abby. I don't want to listen to Abby talk. So, because every fiber of her being annoys me. So, I also miss. Why am I blanking on his name now? Old guy who loves Transformers. Dad who loves Transformers. Fuck, what's his name? One of the originals is also on Beastcast. Giant Bomb East. Brad's still there. Like Brad. Brad's great. Vinny. Yeah, Vinny. Vinny's on Giant Bomb East, so. Harrison Ford. Yeah, that. I love how I'm just like talking about a specific video game podcast I listen to every fucking week. That I've listened to since 2008. Although Harrison Ford should play Vinny in the Giant Bomb movie. God, these dwarves are so fucking buff. Like, it's taken forever to move all of this ore, but they're doing it surprisingly quickly. Also, Ben's fine. I like Ben. Ben occasionally gets things wrong, but I like Ben. Ben's entertaining. What? You didn't like Patrick? I like Patrick. One of the reasons I listen to Vice games. I like Patrick. Yeah, then you would hate Vice. Vice is like the politics podcast that also has video games. But it's fine, because it's my politics, so I don't mind. It's just circle jerking opinions I already have. Which is also why I like Austin. But that's fine. I like Patrick more, though, because his writing is really good. Giant Bomb doesn't really do much writing. They were filming videos and live streaming before it was cool. I don't know. They will probably forever be my podcast that I listen to keep up with the mainstream bullshit games that I never have any interest in actually playing anyways. Podcast. The podcast for what's going on in the industry that I listen to is the Vice Games podcast, but it's also the actual first one that I skip if I don't want to listen to it. The first one I'll skip. If I want to listen to weird PC games and madmen rambling, I listen to Dad and Sons, which is the Super Bunny Hop podcast. I listen to the No Clip podcast, which is just Danny O'Dwyer interviewing people. I listen to... What other podcast do I listen to? I listen to Cox and Crendor. We Have Concerns. The Completely Unnecessary podcast. Dwarf Fortress Talk. Shift F1. And then it's just a whole bunch of shows that no longer run that I'm sad about. This year suddenly got very California with their opinions. Okay. So they're on fire? I was just sitting there with that joke in my head and like trying to say it, but like, should I? Although you live in the flatlands, which means I have to judge your politics and squint at you, Gimper. Man, we're like halfway through all of this iron. It's just... If I wasn't streaming, this is a job I would just say go and then stand up and leave for a bit. Fire is near. Oh, God. Stay safe, yeah? I love that we're finally done with all of the prison sentences. Holy shit. Uh-huh. I read that as... Did it... Hold on a second. Did you just, like, fall out of a tree or something? What, to clean up all this iron? Like, 30 minutes? Like, it fell. But it must have, like, fallen a Z level down. I guess it tripped. Clearly, Harold. It jumped so high it hurt itself. Oh, 4 or 5? Jacknark, but there was a lot of other prison sentences that happened in the middle of it. Well, iron ore is getting thinner on this side, so that's good. Yeah, all of these dwarves are just working on transporting all this trash. Oh shit, Cooler grew up! And is still depressed. Well, hang in there, man. You cried on somebody in charge. That makes you happy. That's good. All right, pigtail vests. Vest! Cloth. 40. Give me some cloth vests. I don't know. I basically just have a podcast for everything at this point. Basically just have a podcast for this point. It's fine. Yep. Every dwarf is named whenever we have new babies. I call out that there's a baby and they get named within a couple minutes. So, if you want to get a dwarf named, you have to be on top of it or have very lucky timing. One of the two. Gosh darn you, right? To be fair, there's 77 people watching and there's only 32 dwarves, so... We had 41 at one point. A couple died. You got expelled. One got expelled. Well, technically 3, because I expelled 2 earlier, but the rest all just died. I'm really upset about the 2 that died in the cave-in. Hops and, what was the other one that died in the cave-in? Let's take a look. We've had 2 expedition leaders die. Well, an expedition leader die and a baron die. You have a good night, CCX. See you around. Cheers. Through the cheek. Ow. He ain't saying anything anytime soon. You've never seen that happen before? I once saw a dwarf grab a forgotten beast by the tongue and fling it around, which was impressive. Wouldn't you? I mean, it's glorious iron. Keeps a dwarf warm. There's a lot of dwarves hauling that iron in. We're getting close, though. Like, the iron is getting kind of sparse on this side. And, like, frame rate's actually improved, oddly enough. It also helps that we're not digging anymore. Like, we're at 50 frames right now, which is good. Time's moving at the speed it's supposed to be. He's throwing up on top of it? Where? Who's throwing up? I don't see no puke. What puke you talking about? Oh, okay. The person with the mangled cheek. Ah, gotcha. As far as like politics and podcasts go, I don't really care what the politics of the podcast I listen to is. As long as they're intelligent about it. Like if they know what they're talking about, I don't really care. As long as they're interesting to listen to. It just bothers me when they're nonsensical about it or don't know what they're talking about on either side. Well, on any side. Because that would be implying that there's only two. Bastet has created a masterpiece, Pigtail Vest. Thank you, Bastet. And I've certainly stopped listening to podcasts where people just fucking spouting nonsense. Hang in there, Cooler. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. God, this is taking too bloody long. Just get rid of this stuff over here. Because we're already into late spring. We started in the summer in half a year. I estimate it'll take us about 2 years to get rid of all this stuff. Now we're in summer. All right, well, it's 5 p.m. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. That's 6 hours of dwarfs. Ish, a little over. And it's going to take us forever to continue hauling all this iron ore out. So we will finish hauling all of this iron ore out. But I think we're going to call it on dwarfs for today, because I would like to play some Stalker. So if you'd like to come with us on a journey to play some Stalker, that would be fantastic. If not, that's cool. See you on a later date. Currently in the Dwarfs directory, I don't know the other person who is streaming Dwarfs, but there is another channel streaming Dwarfs if you would like to go watch more Dwarfs. Otherwise, there is more Dwarf Fortress related videos and VODs and other things on my YouTube channel than a normal human being could reasonably watch in an entire lifetime. So if you'd like to stick around and watch some Stalker with us, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, we will see you on the flip side, hopefully. Yeah, we're going to go on a lovely walk in the Ukraine. I don't know. Think of a title. There we go. That'll title. But Ukraine either way. Yeah. Yeah, that. What the hell were we doing? So if you're sticking around for Stalker, first off, could someone do me a favor and let me know if we're in the right directory now? We should be. But if we're not,